And her journey began as a reporter, but her passion for storytelling quickly set her apart. So today, as the business manager at Channel Africa, she will present a milestone for Channel Africa, and she will also just tell us more about the organization. So please join me in welcoming Ms. Karabo Rangwetsi to the stage. Okay, all right, just 2 minutes and she will join us. Okay, that's okay.
Collect her breath. She just wants to collect her breath, and then at 10 o'clock she'll be right here delivering the milestones for Channel Africa.
Yeah, it's charging perfectly, so yeah, we're good.
Perfect, thank you. Okay, I think we're ready to get started. I will introduce again Ms. Karabo Rangwetsi. You may come to the stage, please.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. I'm a bit nervous. I've been doing this for almost 30 years, but it just baffles me that whenever I get behind the mic or, in front of the camera, in front of the audience, I get, really, really nervous. So my name is Karabo Rangwetsi. I'm the acting business manager at Channel Africa. Technology. No, why do I press?
Forward, back, forward, back.
But I won't be able to see. Where are we now? Okay.
Channel Africa would like to get to know you, our listener, better. We are embarking on an audience market research survey and inviting you to have your say on our product offering. Take part in our survey at channelafrica.co.za and on all our socials. Then stand a chance to win a Samsung tablet or 2 Samsung A23 cell phones. I get down. The survey is available in English, French.
We should just have a little bit of a background on online radio. Okay, I deliberately did this. I didn't really use bullet points per se. I deliberately used full sentences, thinking that there could be people who would really want to take pictures of the presentation or, to get, the whole point. So online radio has experienced significant growth in recent years with advancements in technology and the widespread availability of high-speed internet connections. Internet radio offers several advantages over traditional terrestrial radio, including a global reach, transcending geographical boundaries, and the ability to cater to niche audiences. It provides listeners with a diverse range of programming options and allows for on-demand listening. The flexibility of on-demand listening allows users to tune in whenever they want, from wherever they are, providing a convenient and tailored experience. So Channel Africa is very, very old. The station was founded in 1966 on the 1st of May by the then apartheid government, and the sole and core mandate of the station was that of propaganda. So the mandate was to push the government's agenda and propaganda, the apartheid, that is propaganda and agenda. Then it was called, by the way, it was called Radio South Africa at the time. It wasn't Channel Africa, it was Radio South Africa. And then in the advent of the new democratic government, the station was rebranded to Channel Africa and was transformed to what it is today. At the time, we were transmitting on shortwave, on the internet, with limited reach, by the way, on the internet, and on the satellite, and reaching over 19 million listeners in Africa alone. And that market audience research survey that gave us the 19 million figures was done in 1999. So the last time we checked our listeners on the continent in Africa alone was in 1999, and we had just over 19 million listeners. We are an international radio station. As I've already mentioned, we are still broadcasting on satellite and the internet, this time to the rest of the world, not just to Africa. The station broadcasts, when I joined Channel Africa, I'm a fossil, by the way. I always tell people that I'm a fossil. I'm an ancestor at the SABC. I joined the SABC in 1997. I joined Channel Africa specifically in 2002, growing within a radio. I had moved from television to radio. When I joined Channel Africa in 2002, I think it was broadcasting in about 7 or 8 languages. We are currently broadcasting in 5 languages, English being the main language, Kiswahili, French, Chinyanja, and Portuguese. And we broadcast 24/7. But prior to what year is this? This is 2024. Prior to 2021, the station was broadcasting for about 16 hours only, and then after the 16 hours at night, we would then repeat some of the programs. And again, most of our programs were pre-recorded. So since 2021, late 2021, our programming is live. So everything that you hear is live, whether it's at 3 a.m. or everything is live 24/7. We boast about 100 correspondents across Africa, across the continent, who provide pound for pound account of developments as they happen in Africa. Your earpiece is, your earpiece is disturbing me. I can't see, I don't know, I need help here. It's not stable, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Tim. I'm not sure if I'm still audible, but it's dangling. Am I fine? Okay, thank you. It's okay, I'll carry on. So the station's mandate, Channel Africa's mandate, is to support South Africa's interest through the production and broadcast of innovative, dynamic, and stimulating content, and to contribute to the development of Africa. The reason why our core mandate is to support South Africa's interest is because we are 100% funded by the Department of Communication. We are not a government radio station. We have freedom to, to control our content. We don't really account to anybody where content is concerned. The only thing is that we are funded by the government, obviously the Office of Communications. So the only condition was that our programming should also reflect South Africa's, interest outside the country, right? And our footprint goes beyond the continent. As I had already mentioned, we go as far as the Americas, and those, some of the countries there would be your USA, South America, Canada. We also have a lot, and I'm focusing on these continents simply because of the feedback and communication that we receive from our listeners. These are the continents, some of the continents that we get a lot of communication from the listeners: Europe, Asia, and of course the diaspora. Our objectives as a station are to give a voice to the voiceless. And by voice to the voiceless, okay, I'll give you an example. At the height of the civil war in Angola, that was when Jonas Savimbi was the leader of UNITA, because then at the time we were still on shortwave, and we could reach even people, who were hiding either in mountains, in thick forest, and wherever. And we would constantly receive interview requests from the so-called rebel movements or rebel groups who would want, to also put their perspective out there to make us understand why they had resorted to such heavy-handedness in ending up killing, masses and masses of people. But then at the same time, we would also have a counter offer from, like I've mentioned, from UNITA, where Jonas Savimbi, as he was in hiding, he would then say, listen, I'm in hiding, people don't know where I am, except the few army generals that I'm with. But I also would like to, to give my side of the story, because I had an interview with the government. He was anti-government at the time. So that's what I mean by giving voice to the voiceless. And when we look at people on the grassroots, we could also reach out, and vice versa. They would reach out to us, to people on the grassroots, people who were not given a platform to air their views or their concerns, but most of them, of course, due to oppression and repression in some various countries, they would opt to either be anonymous or use pseudonyms. So that's one of our objectives, to still continue giving voice to the voiceless. The second objective is to be a window into Africa. The third would be to tell untold stories about Africa, but not having Europeans telling Africans about Africa. We have Africans who can provide first-hand information to Europe and other continents. So we tell untold stories about Africa by Africans. Those stories are being told by Africans. Hence, we have correspondence in almost all the 54 countries on the continent, and I'm including South Africa. We also have an objective or a mandate to promote debate and to challenge established misperceptions about Africa, striving for a pan-African inclusivity. So, okay. All right, there's a bit of a delay. So I tried to summarize our on-air personnel. So what you are going to see, it's not everyone who is an OAP and on-air personnel. I told you I was nervous, on-air personnel at Channel Africa, but I'm just going to give you a few. This is Tammy Ngubeni. She presents our business show, which broadcasts Monday to Friday at 1 to 2 p.m. Central African Time. The show is called Africa in Business. And then we have, okay, we have On the Move, one of the co-presenters. The show has two presenters, which is a 9 to midday show. We then have the French desk. This is the presenter of a show called Mixed Vibrations. Then we have Mixed Vibrations is a weekend show, so it mostly comprises music, and arts and culture, but these are weekend, that one is a weekend show. Then we have this one, it's also from the French, Vie d'Afrique. It's a news and current affairs show. So this one goes on weekdays, Mondays to Fridays. Then we have Darubini ya Afrika. Okay, Darubini ya Afrika is also a news and current affairs show, Monday to Friday, by the Kiswahili desk. The other show, this is the weekend one, the music, Zilizopendwa. Kiswahili, we have Zoshitika. Zoshitika is also news and current affairs for Kiswahili. It's not moving. Okay, there we are. And then we have the weekend shows. No. Okay. Malonje, Saturday, Sunday. Portuguese desk, Kaleidoscopio. Current affairs. Monday to Friday. The weekend one, Ritmos e Cultura. Music. Okay. All right. That's the weekend one. I'll try. Okay. I hope I'm still audible. Okay, and then we have our flagship sports show, which broadcasts on Saturdays and Sundays. It's a 3-hour show from 2 p.m. to 5 p.m. It's called Africa at Play. It's a very interactive show. It is the station's, one of the station's flagships. I'm going to play a bit of okay.
This year, get ready for change to the heartbeat of Africa. That will actually excite you. Be ready to be transported by the vibrant rhythms and captivating stories of the continent. From our brand new lineup for 2024.
We changed from the other station to your station.
See, in 2024, Channel Africa has changed things around a little bit. Be captivated by vibrant rhythms, captivating stories of the continent when we turn the page. Oh yeah, join us as we embark on a new journey through music.
Okay, so I'm just going to play you as just a clip, a snippet of our presenters at work.
This year, get ready for change to the heartbeat of Africa. That will actually excite you.
Okay, there's no volume. No sound. from the laptop. Should I give it a try? Nothing. There's still no sound. So I wanted to play a clip, right? But there's no sound. All I can see are pictures, but there's just no sound. So I don't know. I think I'll just move on. Let's try that one last time. Well, this is it. This one here. Let's try while you're still here. There's still no sound. We can move on if it's giving you a headache. It's a video clip. It's about 40 seconds long. Shall we move on?
This year, get ready for a change to the heartbeat of Africa. That will actually outside. Be ready to choose whatever the
That's the one. Can you play it from there, please? It's playing under a promo that you're playing. That's not it. You're playing a promo. Are you able to play it from there? Or shall I just move on? Pardon? I should move on. All right. Okay. Yeah, no, it's not happening. All right, but those are some of our presenters. It's a pity that there's no...
Hi, I'm Tamiko Vedic. We find it hard to foster a culture of reading, especially amongst African children.
Africa, the African perspective.
Thank you. Okay, and these are some of the awards that the station scooped. This one was the Telkom Radio Awards. We won the Best Internet Radio Show. We were only eligible to nominate shows for only one. What do they call it? What do they call it? It's one... TK, that's your thing. What do they call it when you, one nomination? Yes, one category. So the station was allowed to nominate 3 shows under one category. We were only eligible for entrance only in one category. There were a lot of categories, only internet radio station, because of course we are an online radio station. And we had 2 nominations and one won. Then we also have Rachel Makura, who won the Women in Radio Award. She is one of our sport presenters. So our partnerships, some of our partnerships, these are not, some of our partners, these are not all the partnerships that we have. Some of our partners would be Topco, Africa Energy Indaba, Zimbabwe Summit, SA Innovation Summit, Shared Value Africa Initiative, Africa Tourism Partners, Global Startup Awards, and of course, Nonku, Broadcast Media Africa. Then social media, okay. I can't seem to multitask. Social media, oh yeah, we are everywhere basically, and you can see, we get up to almost 10K views on one show. We are on Facebook. I'm not going to open those links. So our sales objectives as a station are to attract and retain top spenders and to grow revenue. And these are our digital handles. And it brings us to the end of the presentation. I hope I did justice to it. Thank you very much, colleagues.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for that. If you can just have a seat for me, just for like a quick Q&A session. If there are any questions in the audience, I would like to take them now. But from my side, I do have a question as to how has Channel Africa adapted its content and programming to cater to the diverse audience across Africa?
Across?
Across Africa.
Across South Africa, okay, at first it was a challenge, considering that the station is not on FM. So we need, and this is a basic need for the station, to really, really grow and reach audiences in South Africa. We need to be on DRM. But we know that there are challenges in South Africa where DRM is concerned. We are still working on that. We were supposed to have implemented a pilot project on DRM in June. Was it June, TK? In June. No, in July, on the 1st of July. On the 1st of July, but there were delays, Centec and government and, yeah. So I cannot confidently say that we have a significant number of audiences or listeners in the country. Most of our listeners are outside. However, we are on DSTV, on MultiChoice, Channel 802. We do get interaction from our listeners who are based in South Africa. But as I've said, I'm not really confident to say, yay, we've got, no, I don't think, as much as we are broadcasting from South Africa, but I don't think we have a footprint really in the country.
100%. Well, thank you. And another question will be like, Channel Africa's role in the evolving media landscape, how do you place it?
We've evolved quite a lot. I mean, as I mentioned at the beginning of the presentation, we were on shortwave, then we moved to satellite, then we were on shortwave and satellite. When we were on shortwave, we thought we had arrived, considering the numbers that we had at the time. But ever since we then, migrated to being a formally a formally digital radio station, because we no longer on shortwave, we actually had to take down those transmitters. So we are literally an internet radio station. I think we migrated very well, and based on the results that we are receiving, and we also did an audience research survey sometime last year towards the end of the year, we're doing very, very well. We are doing very well.
Well,
have
thank
I
you
answered
very much.
you?
Yes, you have. Yes, you have. If anyone, okay, great stuff.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Benjamin. I'm the Chief Executive Officer for Broadcast Media Africa. Thanks for coming here today. Seeing that the audience are still trying to figure out what question they will ask you, I think I will pop in a couple of questions to get the conversation going. The first thing I want to ask you is, how do you generate revenue? Are you basically advertising-led, or are you paid by partners, including the government of South Africa? That's my first question.
Okay. Until last year, 2023, we were not even allowed to have adverts because we are not a commercial radio station. However, since April last year, the station is now mandated to generate some kind of revenue. It's been quite a battle because nobody had previously done or conducted any business with Channel Africa. But I'm proud to say that we have had, and we still do have, adverts. We have a number of adverts that have brought us some kind of revenue. We are now comfortable to charge for interviews, live interviews. If a client approaches us and say, listen, I would like to do an OB with you, or I would like to bring someone to the studio, and this is the slot that we want to be featured on. We do have, a rate card. So we are slowly but surely generating revenue. Like I said, this is something that was only introduced last year, April. We still have a long way to go, but yeah.
All right, the follow-up to that question was for me to ask you, if you are now beginning to generate revenue from advertising, even if you are not, you still have the need to understand your audience profile. Seeing, as you said, that most of your audience are outside of South Africa, and I have had cause to know Channel Africa for a long time, since you were part of the SABA, Southern African Broadcasters Association folks, a long time ago. But my question is, what do you do? How do you get to understand your audience profile? What sort of research do you put in place across the continent? Or if not, what are the steps you take to understand your audience profile, what your audience need, and how you satisfy those by the content you put out, seeing that the purpose of the reason why we are here is advertising and audience management?
Yeah, we went on a massive research, speaking to your question, last year, and we obviously we utilized the services of an external agency, and I'm happy to say to you that we have, our station has been profiled, we have the LSMs and so forth. So all those figures are in place. We've done that. I suppose that's why now we're even getting a lot of requests from multinational companies to advertise on our platform. So yes. And by the way, whenever we get a client who wants to do business with us, that's the first thing that they would ask for. They need that the profile that you've just alluded to. So we have that. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. I was pleased to hear that you have correspondents in all 54 African countries, and that's impressive. So my first question, I don't know how you are plugged in with the AU, with the African Union, since, when you said telling African stories by Africans in Africa, it's quite compelling. So I don't know how Channel Africa is plugged in with the AU to make sure that you take advantage of the AU's vast brand in Africa and to clinch with them when they're having AU conferences, all these things. I don't know how Channel Africa can plug in and get that to us. Secondly is unfortunately, I never knew about Channel Africa.
Can I answer the first one? Okay. I don't have a notepad with me.
All right.
So I indicated at the beginning of the presentation that I'm a fossil, so you can guess my age, memory issues.
Okay, sure.
All right. We have a very solid relationship with the AU. Actually, our relationship with them started when they were still the OAU.
Okay.
As a result, we've never missed a single AU summit. Yeah. And we also have a solid relationship with your SADC, just to name but a few. Yes.
Okay. The second one is the suggestion. Considering, because I never heard of Channel Africa, unfortunately, but I'm a big media player in Ghana. So my name is Timothy Kakari. I'm the Director of Broadcasting at Global Media Alliance, Ghana.
From Ghana?
Ghana, yeah.
All right.
And I'd never heard about Channel Africa until the Broadcast Media Africa Convention notice, and then I saw, and then I decided to read on you. May I suggest that, because now, even though Channel Africa is situated to tell African stories by Africans in Africa, there's a lot of competition as well for relevance. So for instance, in my country, in so many other countries, there's VOA, there's BBC World Service, there's Deutsche Welle, there are all these platforms as well. may I suggest that on occasions such as AU Day or Africa Youth Day in November or AU Day in May, you collaborate with other broadcasters in Africa and have something like a topsy-turvy, where you have some of the top and brilliant presenters from other countries coming over, and you also send in some of your top talents in those countries and promote it widely on social media, on the internet, so that it draws attention to your platform and get more audiences. That's the suggestion I want to make to you.
Thank you. We have done that. We are doing it. We had a long-term relationship with Voice of Nigeria, who I think it spent over 10 years, that relationship. And speaking of Ghana, we had a delegation in 2022, late 2022, who came to the SABC, and we are still trying to formalize. I forgot the name of the radio station, because I know that there are a lot of radio stations in Ghana as much as there are a lot of radio stations in Nigeria. So we are trying to cement our partnership and relationship with them. The document is with our legal department, so yeah, we are on track. And we do have a relationship with some radio stations in Zimbabwe, and yeah, so thank you.
Morning, my name is Jean. I'm from Radio Pulpit. I also have a few questions for you. Number one, what did you do to migrate your listeners? Because it is quite difficult to go from medium wave to migrate them. Promos. While we were still on shortwave and satellite, we had a lot of promos in all the languages that we were broadcasting in. We had those promos for about 6 months, just preparing them that, listen, we are migrating to, and then we had a countdown just before the migration date. So most of them moved with us. Okay, so how long did it take for them? Was it only the 6 months, or did it take a while after that? It takes a while. I mean, it takes a while. We still get requests from listeners saying, but guys, since you migrated from shortwave, we don't have access to you. Listen, the reality is data or internet costs are very expensive in Africa. That's another challenge that we are faced with. Hence, we are pushing this DRM. We want to migrate to DRM, because when you are on DRM, someone who only has access on shortwave can access you. Someone who is on FM can listen to your station. Someone who is on all digital platforms. So basically, DRM dominates all frequency platforms. So it's a mission. Yeah, we're still getting requests. People still expect us to sort of resuscitate shortwave, but it's not going to happen. That's a reality. Okay. And the problem with receivers with DRM, are you sitting with that problem as well? We're not yet on DRM. Remember, I said the project was supposed to take off on the 1st of July, but there were issues. Okay, I'm not going to divulge more, but we were ready to launch that project. But then when our partners who were going to fund the whole project for 6 months across the whole of SADC, the project was going to focus on SADC. When they went to Centec, they actually found that the facilities were vandalized, and even that structure is now becoming dilapidated. So that's what they are working on now, to try and sort of revamp or renovate some structures of Centec at Meyerton. Then once that is done, it's an extra cost, of course, for them. Then we can talk about DRM. I think you must talk to Karel Verhoef. He might have some information for you, because we already did some tests on DRM at Radio Pulpit. It might just help. I would appreciate that. Okay. Thank you. My question is also just, so you feel that you do need DRM together with streaming. Do you think it will be sustainable you to continue without DRM and just continue streaming? We need DRM. Okay. We need DRM so that we can reach the millions that we have lost in Africa alone. You see, with people outside the continent of Africa, internet is not even a luxury, it's there, and it's everywhere. So for us to sort of re-win the listeners that we have lost, and we are cognizant of that we have lost millions of listeners in Africa, it is a must for us. It's a need for the station to be on DRM. I understand. Thank you. Thank you so much.
I'm sorry, my lady, I'm taking over now. My name is Benjamin, by the way. Like I said, I wanted to find out from you. I know there's a question standing somewhere. I wanted to find out, are you shooting, or can I move to the next panel and you can sit in the panel and answer more questions?
I have another engagement.
You do? Okay, I have to respect that.
Sorry.
So in that
what
case...
What time is your...
Yeah, it's in around about now, 10:30. Now, the reason is because there are people online that are also, I need to bring them. But we can take the last question for you, and then maybe you can shoot. I just wanted to see if you have a space.
I have the space until lunchtime. I have another commitment after.
You'll be gone by then. Don't worry. Okay.
Oh, all right.
if you don't mind, all right.
No, it's okay.
Do you mind if we go to the next, and then you can ask your question? Yeah. Okay. Awesome. All right. Okay. Thank you. If you can take a seat, ma'am. Yes. Thank you. Please, can we appreciate her?
Oh, you want me to take a seat over there?
Yes,
oh, my gosh. I was so ready to go take my own seat. Benjamin, this is a real ambush. I thought I still had time.
Right.
I still have, yeah.
Right. Good morning, folks. To properly introduce myself to you again. How are you guys doing this morning, by the way? Good? All right. For those of you that were not here yesterday, my name is Benjamin. I'm from Broadcast Media Africa. Yesterday we had very interesting sessions, and today we wish to carry on. And I see already that we're already carrying on. But because of the time that we are working towards, so I wanted us to see if we can just proceed to the next presentation. The next panel. The next panel will be looking at the issue of advertising innovations and how that affects revenue generation issues for broadcasters. Some of the issues that have been raised both yesterday and today, especially when you are moving audiences from one platform to the other, or from one infrastructural level to the other, how does that affect how you generate money from those audiences? Those are the kind of questions we will be asking our panelists, and I'm sure you already know my lady Karabo, right? Yeah, you've met her. So can I ask the following to join me on the platform here, and then the guys that are also online, we'll try and introduce them. Do I have Abdul? I see Abdul Mate in the audience. Can we give Abdul a round of applause? Mr. Mate, good to see you again. Last time I saw you were 18 years old. What happened to you? Please join us. And also, can I have Mr. George Lomote from Ghana Broadcasting Corporation? Please join us. George is been co-opted since yesterday to join the panel because I thought it would be interesting to hear from people like him as well. And also, I think online we have Femi Adelusi from Brand Eye Media in Nigeria, and also Learning Gaga is no longer online. So we have Femi Adelusi. Is Femi Adelusi still online, right? Yeah, okay, awesome. So we will delve right into it. As we always do, what I want to do first is to get the audience to also have an understanding of you guys. I know I will skip my lady because I think people have heard about you and what you do. Abdul, you have the mic. Please introduce yourself to the house.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. I'm Abdul Mathi. I am the founder of MMS Africa, which is a software company specializing in the broadcast space. Yeah, that's it.
When you say software company specializing in the broadcast space, I want to help you out here, Abdul. What is it that you software upon? Well, what sort of software do you, how do you help the broadcasters in what they are doing, given, for example, what we are talking about? Because I know you have a lot of experience in that field. What does your company actually do to help the media landscape?
Good question. So really, we focused on the transition from the current linear broadcasting processes in the analog world to get it into the digital space as such. Now, at face value, it's really just a basic change in software. But in reality, when you get down to it, it becomes a lot more complicated because of challenges like data and so forth. Over and above that, you've got your traditional broadcasters that's overly invested in linear technology, analog technology, linear technology really.
Okay.
So what MMS tried to do was find a cheaper solution using software to control the entire broadcast value chain from planning right through to play out and back again.
Okay.
But not only in linear, digital, effectively bringing everything together on one platform.
Awesome. Excellent. Thank you.
I hope that makes sense.
Yeah, we will unpack some of those soon. George, do you want to tell us more about what you do? We know from your contribution yesterday that you represent Ghana Broadcasting Corporation as the Director of Marketing. What does that mean in practice? What do you actually do in that space?
Well, basically, as you rightly said, my name is George Lomote, currently the Director of Marketing in GBC. But, well, that's in the last 2 years. But prior to that, I was the Director of TV. Okay. And that was when we launched our bureaucracy to business effort. And we started it, we moved it forward. And at a point, I think management saw it wise for me to shift from TV to marketing to drive it from that side of it. So basically, I've been responsible for virtually right from content creation down to monetization, and then also moving things forward in our digital space. In
your digital space. You are the right man to be here. I'm sure there will be plenty of questions that people will want to know how you are solving some of the issues that we are having in the broadcast space. So you're also welcome. So I have online Dr. Femi Adelusi. Can you hear me, sir?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Right. I can hear you, but I don't think, are we looking at Dr. Adelusi, guys? Right, I think.
Can you hear me now?
Right, Mr. Adelusi, can you give me a second? Let me just double check with my team, with the AV guys. I can hear you, but we cannot see you. Right, now I can see you. Please, tell us a little bit more about yourself, sir, and what you do with the Brand Eye Media Organization. Suppose you're based out in Nigeria, right?
Yes, Brand Eye Media. Brand Eye is about 10 years old. We offer digital and traditional strategy, planning, and execution for clients. And prior to that, I worked with on the multinational side with Guinness, Nigeria, and Coca-Cola International.
Right. So, Mr.
I hope you can hear me.
Yeah, I can hear you, Mr. Adelusi. How do you position your company and your experience? Are you on the you're on the agency side, right? You're on the agency side. You're not a broadcaster or a media person. You provide, you assist them to get their media out, their advertising out. So is that correct?
That's correct.
Fantastic. We'll come back to you to understand how you're seeing it from your space as well. Do I have Lenny? I think I can see Lenny. Hi, Lenny. How are you? Is that Lenny?
Very well, thank you.
Yes, good to see you again, my friend. Can you tell us a little bit more about what you're doing, as well as way of introduction with Omnicom Media Group in East Africa?
Well, thank you. Yes, so I'm the CEO of Omnicom Media Group East Africa, which is Kenya, Uganda, and Tanzania. And we run 2 media agencies, OMD and PhD, in those countries. So we are a media buyer, and we are buying media across all different mediums.
Excellent. So with the 2 of you that are online coming from the agency side, the question I would like to ask you from my side, and I'll come back to you when I need an answer, but I want you to start thinking about how you address this with the broadcasters that are in the audience and those that are also watching us online, is we all know that audiences are shifting. Audiences, the media is fragmented, audiences are shifting and becoming more sophisticated. In your world, in your experience, how are you seeing the advertising marketplace? How are you seeing that vis-a-vis what the media houses need to pay attention to based on the audience format and the advertising marketplace, for example, in your neck of the woods or in Africa at large? What dynamics are driving these issues, and what is it that the media publishers or the content publishers should be aware of and pay attention to? I know there's a lot in there. I'm sure between the 2 of you we can unpack it, right? So if you guys stand by for me, I'll come back to you to ask you what your take is on that particular issue. Yeah? Got me, guys? Excellent. Fantastic. So I'll come to the guys that are in the house with me first. The simple straightaway question I want to ask first, my lady, is, as we were saying yesterday, if audiences are moving, and I know you've mentioned that you still want to do DRM, and DRM is great. I am also a big pusher for DRM anyway. We did a few months ago, a radio conference, even in here, and we heard a lot about what DRM can do. I think it takes radio everywhere. But still, you have to also know that a lot of people are going to be accessing content, radio content, TV content, online via the streaming platform. And you've mentioned it, and that was an issue that was mentioned yesterday with the problem with data. If you had the large, sufficient enough members that want, or customers that want to access content online, but they have no possibility to pay for data, how would you, both professionally and personally, try to think to resolve? What are those things you will do to resolve that problem for them?
It's what I'm going to say is something that we've already, tried to do, but unfortunately, when you approach business, they also want to know what's in it for them if they were to invest. So I'm of the view that one could approach telecommunication companies, mobile companies, and try to partner with them. For example, MTN Africa, Vodacom, and many others, and try to partner with them in exchange for advert for them. So we give them airtime, right? We provide them with airtime, and they sort of provide either very affordable data. Obviously it would not be throughout the continent. We would have to identify what we would term the hotspots, where we have a larger audience, and they could provide a free Wi-Fi, for example.
So the zero rate, the data.
Zero rate or very affordable. And very affordable is also a contentious issue, because what is affordable to me is relative. It could not be affordable to you, and vice versa. Yeah. So it's a bit of a challenge, but I think that the way to go really would be to engage telecommunication companies,
Yeah, because they are the one providing the data services. Absolutely. Right. I mean, the reason why I'm asking is that might work also for Channels Africa, because you're a large organization, so to speak. The question was coming from a media company that was a community-based media company. Even on the religious aspect of it. And then the thing you want to ask yourself, maybe that's not for you, maybe I can get the thought of Abdul. The thing you want to ask yourself, if they approach a mobile operator to start asking for things like zero rating or helping out in one way or the other, if the mobile operator is not interested in what they're doing, say, for example, is too niche, the advertising or the strategic partnership might not work, then what? I mean, that's a question that's hanging out there, right?
And that's where we are right now. Then what? We're stuck there. Then what? Because we are sort of experiencing a pushback from them. So what we are thinking about is, what's the next step? Then what? Plan B, what?
And that's where you're still at. Then what?
That's where we're at. Then what?
All right. Abdul, I see you are smiling. Do you have a solution in mind? You have to have a solution in mind. Otherwise, your smile will be, gosh, I have to charge you $100 for smiling.
I don't know. I'm always drawn to some sort of controversy, you know, when I say things. So, reality is MMS has been working on well, a lot in that space.
Have you? Good.
And our salvation, believe it or not, lies in free-to-air broadcasting, because free-to-air broadcasters own the type of spectrum, or license to use a type of spectrum that is of much better quality than what mobile providers use to give you general data. So, without giving away too much, I think we've developed a solution to leverage this low-band spectrum.
Right. You will give away something. I'm pretty sure of that. You will give away. I wouldn't let you go just like that. You say in this space, because this is a real issue. It's a real issue that broadcasters are facing, right? And last year, I think it was this year in February, we did a conference in Cape Town on streaming. A lot of broadcasters aren't able to get onto the streaming platform. For one and one reason only, their customers are finding it difficult to access their content because of data issues. If you have a solution that can help them without giving out too much, just contextualize it. What will, for example, a radio station that has quite a number of audience that wants to access their content on a streaming platform, and this streaming will have to take place, they will have to access it over their mobile phones. What is it that they can do in practical terms to circumvent the mobile operators, to actually reach their customers at the end of the day?
Look, at a technology level, everything's there already. The broadcasters, when I say our salvation lays in free-to-air broadcasting, they own the data. They're just using it in a way that's different to mobile operators. So if we look at the last few years, mobile, when it started off in 1994, it was really about basic analog communication. You know, I can call you, I can text you. As the G's grew, if I can call it that, they started infringing into the broadcast space. So now you can get your mobile phone to watch TV, listen to radio, you know, do everything. And depending on how they feel, I mean, in Africa not so much, but in the Western countries, you know, that integration existed already years ago. So maybe not in a direct way, but the mobile companies started buying out content houses. So AT&T bought HBO, and so forth. You know, so that integration happened years ago. Where we come in is, and where we can do things differently, is the workflows, if I could put it that way. If broadcasters can stop thinking in a linear fashion that I have to broadcast from 5 in the morning until whatever the next day continuously, when the reality is audiences consume at most 3 hours a day. Okay, so pushing data when they want it is easier than trying to push a stream through for 24 hours and
okay. Now I see where you are. So now I see where you are going. So
in fact, you change from linear broadcasting to data-driven broadcasting, or data-driven linear, in fact. So you can get data-driven linear, data-driven non-linear, And I don't think we have enough time.
No, we don't. We still need to go to the meat of the reason why we are sitting here. But I get your general drift. Your workflow has to be a lot more streamlined. Is that what you're saying? And you
what you know
put out the content when you think people needs it, and not just try to stream all your schedule in one go, because then that becomes a problem. I think that's what you're saying, but I'll give you an opportunity to explain it later, especially to my lady there that asked the question yesterday. Can you please show your hand so you can? Yeah, that's the lady. I wasn't asking this question out of the blue. Someone actually has that particular problem, and I would have loved an opportunity for maybe offline you can discuss with her what can actually be done by a broadcaster. If at the end of the day you get business out of it, then you must buy me a Kasula Gabia at some point, right?
Is that it?
That's all I take, sir. I'm a lighty. All right. Let's get. Did you want to say something real quick, ma'am? Or
offline with Abdul, in the interest of time.
In the interest of time,
I'm
yes.
interested in that data-driven linear because what came to my, now I'm asking the question. You see, being a broadcaster, you always want to. Yeah, but I was just trying to figure out how that would work. Consider, especially if you are an international broadcaster, there are issues such as time differences. So how would one then have to streamline that to accommodate everyone?
Well, I suppose those are the kind of questions you might also take online with Mr. Mate. I think Mr. Mate has the depth of experience to be able to tackle those questions because he used to be a broadcaster as well, if I remember vividly. Yeah, correct? SABC, yeah, there you go. I didn't want to say it. Now, let's go to the important issue of advertising, the way it's shifting, and the question of revenue generation from for broadcasters. Here is where I want you to come in, George. You were with the content space, programming, and then you now looking at marketing and all this stuff. You also will have seen how advertising is been shifting, and how audiences has been also following the various media platforms that we have. You probably tell me a few years ago, I mean, maybe 20, 25 years ago, when we were maybe growing up or looking at this space, there was no such thing as Facebook. No Facebook advertising, no Google advertising. But all these guys are here, YouTube advertising. So advertisers have to spend money to follow these programs. But from a broadcaster's point of view, Ghana Broadcasting Corporation, what challenges have you delineated, have you seen over time that you can share with us before we start looking at how we actually start to resolve these kind of issues?
Well, from the GBC experience, I'll say that when we started that approach, the key thing was to try to understand the audience in Ghana, know who they are, how they are consuming our content and all. And then we looked within and tried to identify the challenges that are facing our teams with regards to pushing out content that our audience wants. Yes, a few things came up. We really did a lot of work in-house just trying to understand what our problems are. Some of it clearly was our fault. As a public service broadcaster, we know, I mean, so much bureaucracy is hanging on our necks and all of that. But if we have to compete with the private broadcasters, what is it that we have to do? One, we identify the challenge, a major challenge of how we're able to hold eyeballs, I mean, on our platforms. Secondly, the relationship that we have with content producers, either local or international. One major one was the people issue, the staff in there, because if we are on a platform or an entity where at the end of the day, you will earn your salary anyway. That is assured. Clearly, that is supposed to be a positive in that you have all the time to fight to make more to grow for competitive advantage. But then in the public service space, that tends to be a negative. Because if at the end of the day I'm going to get my salary anyway, why must I push the extra mile? And I'm sure if there's any other public service broadcaster here, I'm sure we'll all identify that as a major challenge. So there was a need for that mindset shift to happen. And we started working on ourselves. I mean, we tried that. That is the most difficult thing, because in the public service space, if you get into a room with, let's say, 50 people, I assure you 12 of them are connected in a certain way. You touch one, you touch everybody.
Yeah.
So it makes it a bit more difficult for you to move forward. But this is something that we know. If the people in there, the most important assets, we can't really throw them out, so we need to work on them to move them forward. Now, once that has been identified, once we are making that effort, the key thing that we need to do, which really will affect how the audience react to us, is the content we push out. Now we need to tidy that up, make sure we give content that they want, package it right. So we started working on all of that, and then also trying to make sure that we don't get advertising coming in as annoyance to the audience. So we tidied all the junctions for advertising, even how we push adverts and all of that. And I will say that that started working. Now, once we were doing quite well with the content that we're pushing out, I mean, it wasn't, we didn't get it overnight. It was an effort that we started. It was a process.
Yep.
We got to the point where we realized, okay, now even the audience are changing the way they receive us,
Yes.
changing, they were becoming a bit softer towards us. The hard criticisms, I mean, rubbishing any effort came down. All right, the other effort was now to work on the digital space, because that's where the competition is won and lost. We need to push out content that they want there. But we changed our way of communicating with the audience on social media. And I'm sure my friend Timothy here will attest to the fact that some time ago you come to GBC and we were more conservative, but now we are very much upfront. And take things on as they come. And there we are winning, because now you can see that people have changed the way they react to us, and anything that is coming from us previously, which people really would not pay so much attention to, now they react to it, and the comments and the feedback is good. So at least we're making some efforts.
Now, let me ask you also, in terms of the way you're set up, I'm assuming in your team, you or in your division, in that department, you do have actual sales and marketing people. You have a team of sales and marketing guys that are actually selling, advertising to your products. You do, right?
Yes, we do.
You do. Now, the question is, how do they work in practice? Do they go directly to the advertisers, or do you work through agencies?
We do both. Sometimes we go directly to the advertiser, and then we also use the agencies.
Okay.
But the most important thing is to really know what you're selling.
Yes.
And that will help you be a bit more targeted.
Okay.
If you know what you're selling, you know who to approach. You know which audience you have on your side, and you know where to go for who to come on board.
Okay. And just lastly, before I let you go, now all said and done, you've seen the way things are shifting, right? You say you have a digital player as well. You have a digital player.
Yes.
Yesterday we were discussing how if your customers are more interested in spending money on the digital space than in the usual traditional space. Do you experience that, or is it that they are still spending money on both?
Well, I mean, I'll say that on both, because we are not too strong on digital as yet. I mean, we were not as strong as we want to be, so we try to make sure that we use digital to complement our FTA. Use that to sell the FTA, sometimes create packages.
How do you do that in practice, just to control?
No, basically, I mean, if we approach you and you will rather prefer to be on digital, let's say put an ad somewhere on any of our digital platforms, we will encourage you to rather spend a bit more with us so that we can give you more value on FTA. And again, making sure that at least it is on a program or a junction where
that you
we'll
want to be on anyway.
for you.
Okay, excellent. Thank you very much. Let me go to the guys online. I haven't forgotten about you guys. I'm very much sure that you are still there. Lenny, so I asked a question that earlier on I said I wanted your input on. Now, based on how you see the lay of the land, you're from the advertising space. How has it been so far from your experience, especially when you factor in the fact that, like I said earlier on, media is fragmenting, audiences are getting more sophisticated. How is that affecting the business of advertising and advertising on the broadcast media platform in your region and also in the country of, you are based in Kenya, right? In Kenya.
Right. Yes, I'll just give you, start off by giving you a small statistic here. In the year 2019, the split between what we call legacy media and digital media in terms of budget allocations was 85% to 15%. This year, year to date, is 65% to legacy media and 35% to digital media. This is really being driven, especially by, number one, the movement of audiences. Because in Africa in general and in our region in particular, we have very young audiences. And they are very, I would say, very attracted to the digital mediums where they can really express themselves quite freely. And they have gotten into this habit of where they want to consume content on demand, necessarily how we used to do linear broadcasting, where the broadcaster determines what time the programming is going to be going out. Then the increase in digital spending is also proportionate to internet penetration and the costs of data, and I think you had already alluded to that. So the lower the cost of data and the higher the internet penetration, then the more audiences are moving to online and consuming media across both legacy and digital mediums. So that is actually really driving that. And also in East Africa, things like legislation around watersheds. So industries like, for example, like alcoholic beverages and the people who are into like gambling and betting and so on, who are traditionally very heavy spenders on legacy media, have actually now had to move to digital because of regulation as well. So that has really affected the revenues for the legacy broadcasters.
Can we mute the other gentleman? I think there is. Can we mute him? Oh, okay, thank you. Femi, can you mute yourself? Are you muted? I'm assuming that is coming from you. Thank you. So, Lenny, thank you very much. Now, ahead of your talk, you said there is a shift. You can see it because you mentioned the statistics, how audiences are gradually moving from legacy media to digital media, right? I think you started with, is it 10 and 90?
5 and 15.
So say that again?
In 2019.
Say that again?
85% and 15% in 2019.
In 2019. And now it's gone to
65% legacy and 35% digital.
Excellent. Now you see the way this is going. The reason why I'm reinforcing that is if we follow that trajectory, in 5-10 years' time, we expect that digital will also remain strong, and also in the world we live in with the AI and everything coming in. Now, when you're speaking to broadcasters as a whole, how do you advise them to prepare for this changing world, especially in terms of where the advertisers want to put their money? Now, my gentleman from Ghana is saying that whilst they want to be stronger in digital, is still very much the legacy traditional way right now. Whereas yesterday, the lady from Tanzania was telling us that they have moved, and they are moving strongly into the digital space. Now, from where you see it, when you're advising or when you are talking to broadcasters in terms of preparing their mind and preparing them strategically, what is the advice that you want to give to the broadcasters in terms of how they prepare themselves to be able to earn money? Because this is where the guys that are spending the money are going to be putting the money going forward.
Right, thank you for that great question. I would put it into a couple of points and things that they need to do. And these are conversations we are actively having with them in the region, in the East African region. First is understanding your audiences and your audience's media consumption habits, and not just about legacy media, but across all different mediums and how they're consuming them. Then second is moving into the digital space. You would have to move into that space, but there are different rules in terms of audiences and how you engage your audiences on the digital mediums. All too often, we find broadcasters are putting the same kind of legacy media formats onto the digital platforms, which does not really help you to attract the kind of audiences and dwell time that you need to be able to attract the advertisers' budgets. Because advertisers are just buying their audiences, whether it's going to be online, whether it's going to be on legacy media. So when you go into the digital medium, you have to start thinking about the digital rules and how digital media appeals to the audiences and why they consume it and how they consume it. As I said, most of them are looking at it now. They want content on demand when they can get it, not necessarily when we dictate that they should be consuming it. And the third thing that I looked at and all as well is training your sales force. And I'm happy the gentleman from Ghana Broadcasting Corporation said that. All too often we find there's a pretty big disconnect, especially between the legacy editorial side and the digital editorial side and the sales teams. So you find like the sales teams are still selling, whether it's going to be cross-platform advertising space, they're still selling it in the old way. Whereas like digital media, as we know, has different rules in how we buy. Like from our side, we buy in different ways, and we look at the ability to also optimize these media buys very quickly using software like programmatic platforms. So the sales team as well have to be really equipped to be able to sell this in the new way.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Thank you, Lenny. Please rest easy. I'll come back to you before we close the session. Now, let me quickly go to Dr. Femi Adelusi. Dr. Adelusi, I mean, you are in the Nigerian marketplace. The Nigerian marketplace, to all intents and purposes on the continent, is one of the largest. But the advertising situation in the Nigerian marketplace, it's at best opaque, and at worst cannot be trusted. So when you are working in that space, what are those things that how do you get the crossover between getting the advertising on the platforms that they need to go to with the broadcasters and getting the advertiser to trust that, the figures, audience figures can be trusted? How do you, when you are trying to make sure that transaction happens, how do you deal with that, given what is going on within the Nigerian space and the lack of information that we get out of there?
Okay, please can you confirm you can hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, so yeah, I think contrary to some belief, there's actually a lot of data. There's been scientific audience measurement or scientific planning and data in the last 22 years in Nigeria. Even though the base is a little bit small compared to the overall population, so it's about 18,000. But the good news is we're moving towards audience measurement. The study that is ongoing currently... Dr.
Adelusi, can I just clarify? You said 18,000.
In terms of response.
in terms of the audience measurement response.
Yes, but that is moving to 60,000 households. And we're currently at the stage of the establishment survey where the household, where the people meter are going to be located. And what that means is that the digital space, the broadcast space in Nigeria is going much faster than it has in the last 2 decades. And we're going to be having data on a 4 hours to 6 hours basis from next year, all things being equal, in line with the plan. So data is going to be readily available for subscribers and advertisers, and that will enable them to make the right decisions in terms of what to buy, when to buy, how to buy, and so on and so forth. But I think what is most significant in terms of trend in Nigeria is the fact that digital is growing at a very, I don't think this is unique to Nigeria, at a very fast pace. But TV is also not dying. What is dying is, what is happening on TV, for example, is that it is more about connected TV rather than the way traditional TV was consumed. And there's also cross-platform integration. And so what broadcasters are learning to do is to develop content not just for the traditional platform, but also develop similar content in formats that can travel in the digital space. So you've got shorter versions that can go on YouTube, or you could also have a lot of promotion materials that can give you what the story, summarize headings of what the story and the content is, to drive participation and engagement on social media, and then lead them to the primary channel where the content actually sits. So it is the how the various channels are being used that is changing, and that is what advertisers are looking for in today's media in Nigeria. I think, yeah.
Let me just also contextualize for the audience here and for the people that are watching us. If you don't know, maybe you will have a sense of the ballpark figure for us. The TV household in Nigeria, how many are they? What's the number of TV households that we have in Nigeria currently, as out of this present moment?
Okay. So now there are two ways to look at that data. So to start with, TV penetration is about 60% of the reachable audience in Nigeria, and
60%.
60%
of the reachable audience being out of the population of 200 million. The reachable audience will be
in about 90 million.
90 million,
people.
Okay. All right.
But what you see is that beyond the households that have TV sets, there's also communal watching. There's also a lot of communal watching, not only in terrestrial TV, but also in cable TV. Cable TV is the fastest growing of the TV platforms because the state is investing in various TV platforms, and content is driving consumption. Subscriptions are now available at reduced monthly rates. Of course, there are premium streaming platforms which are growing, but at a much slower rate. But there's fragmentation, and the audience has to choose which platform is accessible to them. There's also the digitalization of TV, of broadcast TV. There's a migration towards that in Nigeria. And what the consumers are doing today is they're buying small setup boxes that allow them to, that are connectable to their analog TV, and then allow them to be able to even have access to digital content. But that is at a very low volume.
All right.
So the audience are devising ways in which they can have access to, good content. The TV as a platform is not declining, but investment in digital is growing relative to TV. But what is changing on TV is the how people are consuming. and the fact that cable TV is still is now leading consumption much ahead of terrestrial or analog TV consumption.
Now, Doctor, one final statistic I want to get from you, and the audience will probably realize the reason I'm asking you these questions afterwards is, one final statistics is, with the audience, with the advertising marketplace, in dollar denomination, what is the value of the entire advertising marketplace in Nigeria right now?
In a study that was just released with PwC, the advertising spend in Nigeria as at December 2023 is 609 billion naira. Now, depending on the exchange rate you're using, you could divide that by 1,000, by 1,300 or 1,400. Sorry, I don't have the figure in USD, but that's 609 billion naira divided by 1,400 is what the size of the advertising space in Nigeria is as at December 2023.
Let me see if there's some mathematical inclined head in this room. 600,000 billion divided by 600,000. Let's just say 600,000 billion divided by 1,000. What does that give us in USD?
That gives us about 609 million.
609 million USD, ballpark figure, right?
Yes.
And the reason I ask the question is, if we have that marketplace and you have 600 million USD advertising figure in total coming from Nigeria, personally, I think for that marketplace that is small compared to what is, for example, generated in South Africa with 50 million people, and also. Lenny, do you have a figure for me in East Africa, Kenya, East Africa, with the advertising business in that space?
So, if I can quickly provide a bit of context. So that same study that was done with Pricewaterhouse, the finding is Nigeria is second to South Africa, which obviously the government and the practitioners are not very happy about. But we feel that data is what can transform that. The availability of data and the confidence that that would give the advertiser in terms of when they can see the proof of execution and they can see the results and how this is driving sales and building brand equity and loyalty. Now, with data and the investment in data now and government support, we believe that that is going to grow significantly in the next 2 years. And from that PwC's data, Kenya is number 3. And but I can give you specific figures as well, but they are all in Naira at this moment.
No, that's fine. And I just wanted to contextualize it so that when we talk about how we generate revenue from advertising, we also understand the lay of the land in terms of the opportunities that still exist in these marketplaces. If that is the figure that we are working with Nigeria, there is a vast amount of opportunity that is still exists for all the stakeholders, and that's what you also have highlighted. And that is very, very good. Doctor, thank you very much for the time being. I'll come to you just before we close the conference, this session as well, for your final take. All right, now let me come to you, Abdul. Considering everything that we've been talking about just now, if we are now, excuse me, if we are now going to look at what collaboration needs to take place across the value chain for the way the landscape is changing on the advertising space, the way the landscape is changing or has changed permanently on the media space, we still need to be able to work together so that broadcasters can get what they want, advertisers can get what they want, and the audiences can get what they want. What sort of collaboration would you engender and say, okay, guys, this is how we must go about this for us to reach the promised land, as it were?
I wish I knew the answer to that 5 years ago, but reality is you have to bring technology companies into the space, or rather broadcasters, and I say this loosely, has to transition into technology companies. The reason why I say that is, and it's largely an opinion in this case, is they haven't defined what digital means to them. Digital is not necessarily streaming only or putting your content onto other digital platforms which is not yours, like YouTube and Facebook, and it's not your platform. It's a different broadcaster, effectively. To put it mildly, that is your direct competitor that you are now feeding your content to increase their audiences. So, number one is you need to define what digital means. The way MMS Africa has done it is we had to throw everything we know out the window and look at what makes up digital as we define it, from the platform that you use to how you generate the audience data directly. And I say this because our colleague from Nigeria, they mentioned people meters and these types of things to measure audiences, but reality is it's outdated now. In this digital space, you can get up to the minute detail on the person, where they are, what they're doing. If you look at the volume of information that our social media companies has acquired over the last decade or two, where is broadcasters in that space? Because Google can tell you, can show you a product that you may have looked at this morning or are interested in at a time when you are close to a shop where you can buy it. You know, that's the type of depth they can give to advertisers. Where do broadcasters fit in there? So they really have to go back and reevaluate what is it that they're doing. Yes, they used to own this analog space, but the game has changed now. So what do you do?
Awesome. Now I'm going to spend the last 5-10 minutes taking questions from audience. So do we have audience question time? Questions? I'm thinking, yeah, there's one. I'm thinking also two. I'm thinking there is an outstanding question for my lady here from the gentleman from Voice of America. Do you still want to ask the question, sir? All right, do we start with you? Or you, yeah, let's start with him because he's been outstanding. Sorry, I nearly forgot about your question.
No problem, thank you. And Karabo, it was wonderful hearing Channel Africa's story, and I know the move from short and medium wave over is always a bit tough. But if you're not owning all that infrastructure, it's, you know, there's no real point in depending on others. I wanted to actually just ask you about your listenership. It's very difficult to talk to you and I can't see you. There you are. Just ask you about your listenership and where they're located. Obviously, it sounds like your programming is very focused on sub-Saharan Africa, but how much of your listeners are outside of the continent?
So,
is it off?
Is it fine? Am I audible? Okay. So, before, let's just say pre-2021, a lot of our content was focused on, let's say Southern Africa. But now our content goes beyond that. It's international, for lack of a better word. So we are not confined to a specific region. What we are focusing on is a global perspective. I'm not sure if I've answered you. Well,
the way the listenership's based.
I can't give you a definite or a definitive answer. Like I said, last year we engaged, we rolled out a massive audience research, survey. I can't really give you a definite answer as to how many we have outside Africa, because we were not really focusing on specific regions or continents. It was just an overall survey. So
I think I think follow on to that question as well is just to clarify. I think maybe where he's coming from is there in a lot of African in diaspora.
Absolutely.
You'll agree to that.
Yes.
Maybe then, with your survey, maybe it's there. You do know it's been found out, and we just need to find it out. Maybe when you call the guys that did the work to say, okay, do we really know how many of these people are listening to us outside of Africa? And then we can pass that information out to the gentleman later.
Definitely.
All right.
Yeah.
Because I mean,
I think that information would probably be in the station profiling, the latest one that we received. Yeah. So looking at demographics and so forth. Yeah.
I'm an African, but I don't live in Africa. If you see what I mean. And I know there's a lot
Hence,
of us
in my
out
presentation, I actually. I deliberately mentioned people in the diaspora.
Right.
So being an African doesn't mean you have to reside in Africa.
Right. Okay, awesome. So when we get that information, we'll get it across to you, sir. All right?
Okay.
Right. So, gentlemen, please, your name, your organization, and your question to the audience, or your comment, as the case may be.
Hi there, I'm Paulo Diaz from Ultimate Media, and I've got a question for the panel. I'm going to make a statement and then kind of get your reflections on it. So it speaks more specifically to radio. So I don't 100% believe radio stations are invested in their streaming side of it, not because they don't see the value in it, just because they've got these revenue models built around traditional radio advertising, right, which generates a lot of money, especially in a South African context. So what we've seen happen is they set up these digital platforms very, very quickly, the streaming platforms very quickly, and just monetize it in terms of a CPM model, which I think is a race to the bottom in digital terms. There's not enough inventory to compete on a CPM model. There's only 24 hours of broadcast a day. There's only so many podcasts you can make. What you're starting to see now is really clever advertisers are starting to identify that this CPM model is very low, and I'm able to access the radio station's premium audiences at a 20th of the price in some instances. So despite the fact that now you've got these massive legacy infrastructures, you've got sales forces that now have to understand how to sell digital, and now you're having advertisers going, well, I am starting to spend money on your digital streams, but I'm accessing your audience that is a premium audience at a really low cost. We're now starting to see this is setting up a problem. You know, I see some problem coming. While we're still in the early ages of starting to figure out how we bundle legacy, traditional, linear, and digital, is there still time for us to put the genie back in the bottle and maybe rethink the way we're costing out our digital sales of our audio and radio content? Or do we carry on pursuing the CPM model, which I feel probably going to sink the industry?
Guys, who's going to take that first? I see a lot of thinking going on here. Would you?
Abdul.
Abdul. So we go with Abdul, and I want to hear even from the guys on the virtual. The question is understood, right?
Okay, the question is understood, but I think the honest to God's truth is that these old antiquated pricing models has to be looked at. But coming back into CPM, the whole digital versus linear streaming thing, as much as it's the same, it's not really the same audience. You know, your analog guys are different, and therefore you price them differently. The reality is still that your digital audience, despite your CPM, is still going to be a tiny minority in the current business model or the current frame of how radio gets broadcast and costed. And that's simply because of the data question, you know, depending on which station you are and what type of audiences you have, but the vast majority of people in the country will not spend their hard-earned data or their last money to stream a platform when it can be freely reached here. So in that model, that pricing structure will always exist, and I don't really think it will crisscross each other too much. Maybe in the future, but yeah, up until data is free, I don't think it's something you really need to worry about, personally.
Personally, George, the question is very prescient, but in your organization, in terms of streaming, do you currently, let's focus on radio, do you currently put your radio offering on the streaming play? And if you do, how are you currently doing that? Are you doing that via YouTube or all these other platforms like Spotify, the ones I can remember? What is it, how are you giving your members the opportunity to reach you on the streaming play at the minute?
Well, I think now we are more focused on doing TV. We're really not streaming radio as yet. We are still trying to restructure our radio operations, and once that is done and the studio is up, we will do that. Okay, awesome. Now we know where you are at. But Channel Africa, right? You are essentially radio, isn't it? And that ties into the question that my gentleman from Voice of America was asking earlier on. If you're going into the, you have a streaming play as well, I'm taking that. How is that working right now?
Previously, previously until recently, we were predominantly on the web, right? We were streaming on our website. And of course, when there are special projects, we would then utilize, in addition to our website, we would then utilize social media platforms, various of them, right? But then recently, SABC launched what is called SABC Plus. So you're well informed, I'm impressed.
Well, this is my industry.
SABC Plus. And by the way, Channel Africa is a part of the SABC. So we are the 18th radio station of the SABC. It's just that we are an external service. So ever since we also hopped onto SABC Plus, we actually getting some kind of mileage, especially there's someone who asked about our listeners. I think it was my lady over there about our listeners in South Africa. We are receiving a lot of response from our South African audience on the SABC Plus platform.
Yeah. Okay. Well, the SABC Plus is targeted at South African audience, right? Well, can be seen from anywhere in the world.
You can. As long
so
as you download the app.
Right.
If you have the app, you could be in Canada, you'd still access SABC Plus, yes.
Okay, awesome. Anyway, so given that and the question that was asked, how are you positioning your organization not to be chasing down CPM, or is it that doesn't matter to you right now? You just want to be out there?
That's a very tricky question to answer because we are a state-owned entity, enterprise, so we can run around and come up with ideas, but at the end of the day, Parliament still has to say, okay, yes, we have a buy-in. So I don't think I'm in a position
you can't
to
answer that
we
question.
We are not independent. We are not...
You're not private as well.
We are not independent. We are not private. We are not, what do they call it? We are not... a state media organization, but we are as part of what they call state-owned enterprises. Right. I don't know if that makes sense. We're supposed to be, it looks like one foot is, with the government
Channels
and the other one is
Channels
private.
Africa's life is very convoluted.
It is, it is.
All right, okay, awesome. Let's move on because of time. Yeah, question, yes.
Yes, so firstly, this was a very interesting conversation with me. Frans Retief, I've got a podcast and streaming platform, so I'm very centered to this. I enjoyed Paula's question, but for me, at the end of the day, everything boils down to CPM. So I think maybe we need to look at the term. If you are handing out flyers, at a robot, there's a cost per impression. If you've got a rate card with radio, that's based on the fact that you have X amount of audience. So every audience member that hears that message costs a certain amount. But we discussed this yesterday as well. I think what I completely agree with is that there's tremendous value in radio, and you shouldn't underestimate and undervalue that. And we're seeing that on our platform where we're doing traditional type radio sales. So it's a direct sell, but it's based on a CPM model, and the advertisers are loving it, and the CPM rates that we're getting is tremendously high because when I sit with an agency, I have to explain to them why is our CPM 6-7 times higher than other platforms, and the reason is because it's sold out. People are paying more to get that premium radio audience. It's a well-proven model that has worked for a long time. I think that the conversation I also really enjoyed was the discussion around how do we get the broadcast content to our listeners. And the Nigerian stats was very interesting. I was looking at Edison's research where in 2019 they looked at metro listeners, and 39% of people in metros in South Africa were listening to digital audio content. And when they did the same measurement in 2021, it was 61%. So definitely people are moving to digital, but I do agree we are going to have radio people always. But it's a system problem. At the end of the day, somebody has to pay. And the question I have, and I don't know if anybody can answer that on their own, is if you look at radio transmitters, with Centec, everything, that is very expensive. If you convert that to a model where you've got internet that somebody pays for, that can buy quite a lot of data. My question is, where are we in terms of the cost of that? Is it cheaper to have a broadcast mechanism, like a satellite television or OTT, where you get limited analytics back? You still, at the end of the day, you still have to compete with media platforms like Facebook and Twitter, Meta, where you have real-time data. Is that going to be better in terms of having a cheaper mechanism where you broadcast but you don't get a lot of information back from the listener? Is it going to be cheaper to work with somebody that already has internet infrastructure? And I think these are the big questions that we have to answer going forward at a macro level. And it's probably going to be a conversation between technology partners, between the advertising industry, between the technology platforms like ourselves. Because at the end of the day, we are competing as the broadcast space with large other mediums. Our competition is not so much with each other between the radio stations. Okay. It is how do we keep our audience, how do we remain relevant, which I certainly believe we are, but how does that translate into a different technology space where there's new challenges and new opportunities?
No, absolutely, Francois. And you've opened up a very wide space there. My take on that, to summarize quickly, is I think where will we need to get to is working with technology partners, whether we are broadcasters, content publishers, or what have you, is to be able to get to a place where you will have to get the data back from your audiences. Because that's what digital is currently doing. Facebook can give you to a level of granularity who is watching what you put on their platform. As an advertiser, that is good news. That is gold to you. Now you know to a specific granularity who is interacting with the media that you post on Facebook, on LinkedIn, and all these social media platforms. I'm sure that technology can get us there where broadcasters, as we know it, can do that as well. Can be able to say, to this level of granularity, here is the audience that is watching this particular program. Maybe we are not there yet. Maybe it's a conversation that we need to open up and see how we get there. What are the challenges we have? And I'm glad, and I want to thank you for bringing that up. But strategic options, strategic decision has to be taken that is where we need to go to. We can't rest on the current situation that we have, ladies and gentlemen, where we just throw content out there. We do meter surveys or diary surveys, and then we are still, in this day and age, we need to go beyond that. Technology can provide that opportunity for us. Or Marty, what do you say?
Yeah.
Who's that?
Yeah, I was okay. Just going to add.
Go ahead, Doctor.
Okay.
And Doctor, whilst you are at it, sorry, let me come in because I need to round off. Whilst you are at it, can you loop that into your final takeaway? Because after you, I'll go to Lenny, then we'll take the final takeaway from all the panelists, and then we can close the session. Please go ahead, Dr. Adelusi.
Okay. The biggest challenge traditional radio has is the fragmentation. So in terms of even licensing, because it's cheaper to access, to set up, and also if you take Nigeria, for example, there are so many, for political reasons, there's a lot of interest in radio station. And so significant amount of licenses are released, and which then leads to serious fragmentation. If you take a place like Lagos, for example, you have almost 50 radio stations, and audiences are very diverse in terms of interest. And even the data does not prioritize radio. So measurement, therefore, even becomes a problem. And this is what is enabling the growth for the digital radio. So you see a Spotify growing significantly, and AudioMark in Nigeria is growing. Most of these platforms are growing more than double digits, whereas traditional investment on traditional radio last year in Nigeria was less than 5% compared to other, relative to other channels. Compounded annual growth rate for radio was just 33%, almost the least among all the various media channels. So whether we like it or not, unless we're able to create unique content on radio that are also targeted to these specific segments, it's not going to do too much for us in terms of CPM. We need to understand that that is how the channel is and use it to the best of its ability. So local targeting, content for specific audiences, and then keep it that way, and then relate the numbers to the objective to which the medium is being used. And on the final note, I think it's just interesting that content will continue to drive. It is being said, and it's been said yesterday, today, that the consumer's time, right, audience time on media is reducing. But the truth is, this same audience, when they find the right content, there's still several cases of binge watching, where you find the right series, you still spend hours watching several episodes, as we see on the streaming platforms. So what it means is that so long as content remains relevant and consumer engagement is even, if it can be brought into content creation, interactivity is brought into content creation, then we can always find a way to grow audience and grow the value that each of this medium is delivering. So as long as we find the right content, I think we'll have the audience attention, and then the advertiser will obviously always move his investment in the area of eyeballs, where the numbers are will attract the best. So innovation and creativity around content is what is going to help to drive the growth for specific channels, I believe, in the years ahead.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, Doctor. Thank you very much. Lenny, your final takeaway, please.
All right. I would say that the content that broadcasters create, the need for that consumption will always be there. What is changing is the how it's consumed and where it is consumed. And I'd like to urge all broadcasters, I know you're very competitive in terms of getting audiences, but when it comes to research and getting a deeper understanding of your audiences and how they're consuming their media across different formats, it is great to all come together and be able to put together some great research, because if you all come together and put together better pots of funds for that, then it really works in getting deeper, more granular research that enables advertisers and even yourselves to better understand the audience movements, and the changes in the consumption habits, so that you can tap into that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Abdul?
Look, for me, really, I think the entire industry, and whether it be broadcasters, ad agencies, advertisers, or whatever, they need to remain open to innovation and new ideas. I mean, the entire process is moving at an incredible rate, and a lot of the current players is stuck in 1970, for lack of a better word. It doesn't matter if you put a new outfit or whatever on, if your mindset is still there, it makes the entire conversation just take longer, unnecessarily so. So yeah, closing remarks for me is we just need to stay open to new things, be open to change, be open to adapt, because if we don't, what's the saying, adapt or die, you know? That's it.
Thank you. George, your final takeaway, your last words for this panel.
Clearly from the submission so far, especially from the doctor, I mean, he mentioned that consumption of content is reducing. We also know that data is quite expensive, which also creates some barriers for enormous consumption. But I want to say that, I mean, if we understand our audience, give them what they want, how they want it, build the content that they want. Do look for the data to consume it.
Awesome. And last but not least, my lady Karabo Rankwetsi.
Thank you. Yeah, no, my sentiments really with Abdul's. I think the key word is adaptation. We really need to adapt. And there's a lot of red tape as well. You know, if we could stop, as Abdul says, operating or working like we are still in 1975 or 1980, and try to do away with some of these, what I really perceive as minor stumbling blocks that should not even be there. There is enough cake for everyone really in this space, and I'm referring to the digital space. So we really need to move with the times. We need to adapt and see opportunities for really what they are. And this should be a two-way street now. I'm talking about broadcasters or media organizations and advertisers, or the private, let's say private space. They just we equally have to see opportunities, where they are and compromise. And once we do that, each and every one of us would get that slice of cake. It's big enough for everyone.
It's big enough. We just need to open our minds and adapt. Thank you very much. And there we have it, ladies and gentlemen. Please can we appreciate all our panelists for this particular session. Thank you. Do we have the photographer for the panelist photo? Please, let's take a quick photo, guys. Grab a cup of coffee. When we come back, we'll have let's grab our. We are having somebody for the.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, how are you? Are you all well today? Maybe let's just stand up for a second. Yeah, let's just stand up, all of us, for a second and just kind of shake it all off. I know it's been very long. Hi, Francois. How are you doing? I'm so happy to be here, and I'm so glad that you gave me the opportunity to speak about this. And so let's just give Benjamin a big round of applause, like a big high round of applause. A big high round of applause, a big high round of applause. So at least we appreciate the work that he's doing, as well as the team that's there. You may all sit. Thank you so much for indulging me. My name is Langan Ndlovu. I am a media strategist from Zimbabwe, and I also do media buying for 4 radio stations in Zimbabwe, which are Star FM, Capitalk, Diamond FM, as well as Platinum FM. And we're about to onboard new radio stations in different other countries, in Zambia for one. Hopefully we're looking at Ghana. I was having a conversation very, very earlier on. So yeah, this is who I am. The topic today, you said it was interesting. Pan-African media, from dinos to dynamos. He said interesting. And I'm sure that you might think that we are going to be talking about how old African media is, or how old we are in this space, but I just wanted to give a fresh perspective about where we're really going, particularly evolving towards Agenda 2063. Being a Pan-Africanist myself, I think it's very important that we look at the role of the media, where it's come from pre-colonial times, where we are right now, and the new things that are coming up, and where we're supposed to be going in the future. That is, if we're going to be reaching this deadline. So we are all dynamos in the grand scheme of things. I mean, dinos in the grand scheme of things. Why am I saying that? have we taken time to really look at the evolution of media from the time of imperial times up until now? Why I'm saying we're old dinos is because right now we're at the brink of the fifth revolution, of the fifth industrial revolution, of which the fifth industrial revolution has to have us look at how we can integrate human intelligence as well as artificial intelligence. So yes, we are a little bit behind at this particular moment, because if we're going to be going at this pace, we're not going to reach the deadline in 2063. Actually, if we evolve fast enough, is it not possible to actually dream and see the dream of 2063 before 2063 comes? Because think about it this way, how old are we? How old are people in this room? If you think about it. So in 40 years, essentially, which is when the dream is supposed to happen, we might not be able to see it. Does that sit well with you? And the responsibilities that the media has, does it sit well with you that whatever dream that we have as a Pan-African nation, a Pan-African Africa, we're not going to be able to see it. So that's what we need to change. As you can see there, this was actually from today, a screenshot from today. How many apps are released on Google Play every day? Isn't that scary? What does it then say about what our role is and how we're supposed to integrate into that? I liked how a speaker earlier on mentioned that we need to be open to advancing technology and being receptive of it. If that's what's happening in the world right now, and we're not adapting as broadcasters, radio broadcasters, TV broadcasters, then we're not going to be able to catch up with the rest of the world, and that is going to be very sad. Where did we really come from? We came from there. That was media. Media was people going outside, going on top of mountains and beating a drum to give information to the people that are around them. We've evolved. Then came your radio, your TV, your newspapers, which was great. But what else is there now? So this is the evolution of information consumption in Africa, essentially. From the guy with the drum to the radio and the newspapers, then comes the millennials that got into social media, digital marketing, and things like that. But what's coming next? There's holographic projectors now in other countries for advertising and things like that. Are we adapting or are we staying behind? It took a while. Actually, I'll give you a case study. A couple of years ago, during COVID, the organization that I work for, which is Afrodroid Media, decided to pivot into in-store advertising because no one was going outside. So we couldn't do billboards, we couldn't do all these things, but where there was the most traffic was in-store. What did we try and do? We tried to do holographic projectors instead of just regular TVs and radio, regular radio. Uptake, not so good, because I don't know what it is, but in my country, it takes a while for people to be receptive of new information and new technology and new media. So we spent quite a lot of money trying to do customer education, and that didn't go well with our investors, of course. Where I'm going with this is, if you look at it this way, there's 3 generations of people present in this room. They are boomers, millennials, and am I seeing any Gen Zs? Kinda, you know? My point being, all the 3 generations that are represented in the media fraternity are essentially very important with regards to them collaborating and ensuring that we are giving consumers the information they need in the way that they understand, in the way that they want. Somebody said something about data being expensive, right? You said something about data being expensive and things like that, but there are different other ways of easing that particular thing, that is, if we're being open to the Internet of Things. Is 2063 the Wakanda? I'm a Pan-Africanist, guys, and I'm sure everyone who's here kind of has the same sentiments, right? So is 2063, the African Union's 2063, the Wakanda that we've dreamt of? If it is, then how come is it we're not trying to push for that particular dream to happen now. I mentioned that earlier on. So this is very crucial for us to understand that where the rest of the world is right now is very far off from where we are. And what is the role of the media in all this? Communicating effectively about the resources and about the things that we need to do as Africans to get to this Pan-African dream. Ooh, an exciting, exciting topic as well, as we're talking about Agenda 2063 and all that. The Africa Free Trade Area Agreement. I'm sure you all have heard about that. Have we heard about the Africa Free Trade Area Agreement? Yes, we have. Africa is opening up borders for people to trade amongst each other in order to increase our economic strength. If you look at that illustration there, that is what Africa has, and that is what Africa can trade to actually balance out the economies of scale and be able to catch up with the world. Now, with that in mind, where are we and what are we trying to capitalize on? We need to firstly capitalize on what we just saw here. All that, the oil, the gold, the coffee. Imagine if everyone was trading amongst each other, like how it's happened right now. I think we were very slow on this as the African continent, and I'm glad that we are here now. However, what really now needs to happen? We need to start capitalizing on Africa's resources. Yo, look at that spelling. Please do forgive me on that one. We need to start capitalizing on Africa's resources. Those are the resources, the oil, the what, but at the same time, the one thing that we're forgetting is the human resources that we have. The human resources that we have, if we speak about it statistically, 40% of Africa's population at the current moment is under 35. Did you know that? 40% of Africa's population right now is under 35. 90% of Africa's economy is run by SME businesses. So if those resources are pushed, human resources and actual physical resources are pushed to capitalize, to be capitalized, we stand a bigger chance or a faster chance to make sure that we are catching up with the rest of the world. So as long as we work together to build an Africa where innovation thrives, economies flourish, and dreams come true, then all the future generations are going to benefit from it. And we might actually get to see it earlier than just 2063 that is planned. What are our roles as the media in this instance then? I'm sure you've been hearing me talk throughout, and you're like, okay, fine. Where are the dinosaurs coming from? Where are the dinos coming from and the dynamos coming from? We need to be dynamic from where we are and accelerate the progress. This is what the roles of the media then look like. Number one, to raise awareness and mobilize support. So now that the Africa Free Trade Area Agreement is in play and in place, then it is our job to communicate that to people that don't understand what is really happening and how this can actually change the tapestry of the African continent as well as our placement in the world. We need to hold leaders accountable and promote dialogue. I know. I mean, I started off in broadcasting too before I got into advertising. And it was with a state-owned radio station. Of course, the censorship, you know, it was a little bit slippery, but it was a good experience for us to understand, for me at least, to understand how it really works. But now look at how everything has changed with technology coming into play, the freedom of speech, the community radio stations. A lot is changing. A lot of people are being more vocal. Now it gives us an opportunity to then say, if we're going to be talking about this Agenda 2063, then how are we getting everyone involved and getting everyone's voices heard? And it is our job to do that. We need to share successful stories and inspire progress. Are we not tired of the war imagery, the disease imagery? It sells if you want donors, right? But it's not the true indication of who we are. and where we want to go. And if we could change that, it might go a long way in ensuring that wherever we go as Africans, or as we're trying to grow the African economy, we're given a little bit more respect and a little bit more attention, because we are aware of the resources that we have and how we're going to be utilizing them. So it is our role as the media fraternity, whether we started off in traditional media, radio, TV, newspapers, or whether we started off from the drums, evolved to the radio, evolved to the Internet of Things. Now there's apps and AI. In that whole evolution, we need to be pushing the same thing, which is accelerating growth of SME businesses, which I believe are possibly the biggest money market for broadcasters right now. 90%, as I said, of businesses in Africa are SME businesses. So why are we not giving them a product that is affordable for them? Why are we not coming up with products and services that are going to allow them to grow in all the different ways they can grow in? Grow in resources, grow in human capital. If we manage to push products that are accessible to SME businesses and allow SME businesses to grow, then this particular room will actually have more money to get from. You get what I'm saying? Instead of just focusing on blue chip companies and saying, oh, these are the ones that can afford our product. SME businesses are the future. They're the future of businesses in Africa in general. And if we're going to be talking about 2063, then we need to empower them now for them to be able to empower us later, because at the end of the day, we need their money. Right. So thank you so much for taking time to listen to random thoughts I'd say that I have sometimes when I sleep, to say what is my role in this whole grand scheme of things? Do I understand the role of the media? Do I understand where we come from as an industry and where we're going, since now we're right at the brink of the 5th industrial revolution, which is going to be putting together human intelligence and artificial intelligence and everything in between. So if we're not ready, it's highly unlikely that we'll be able to even see 2063, or even our children's children might not even see it. With that, I thank you.
Thank you, Langa. Thank you very much. That sort of helped us to bring us back to understand what we need to do. Please, if you don't mind, take a seat, because I think you're also part of the panel, and we want to move quickly, because I think the last panel took a bit of time, and I'm already pushing with time now. So we'll take the questions with the panel, if you don't mind, all right? So may I just invite the following to join me here? Do I have Ursula Shekati, Head of Sales Intelligence for SABC in the house? Ursula, oh, there she is. Can we please give her some welcome? Guys, give her some welcome. Let her feel the love in the house. Yeah, can we please keep giving her some welcome while she's trying to get kitted up? I don't know why does it have to be when these guys are supposed to be coming that we are kitting them up, guys? Need to do a lot more being proactive than this. Thank you for that word. It was escaping me. Yeah, I was going to be rambling and say, where is the word? Be a lot more proactive. Please, can we welcome again? Again, please, if you don't mind, please indulge me. Welcome again, my lady Ursula Shekati. Can I also have, I understand, Ntsika Mutsu. You will have to teach me how to pronounce his name. But I'll call you Ntsika for now, the Creative Playbook Director. Please join us. Can we please give him another welcome as well? It's a free seating, ma'am. Please sit anyway. And yeah, we have Langa here. I think we have Doc Wilson, Ads Rights, online. Can we see him, hear him? Doc, can you hear me, sir? All right, there you are. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Awesome, I can hear you too. You're welcome. You're welcome. Please, I know he's not here, but he can hear us. Can we raise the roof for that, guys? Can we give him a welcome as well? Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Awesome. I'm waiting for somebody. Oh, right. All right. Whilst we wait for you, do you have a mic? I think I'll get you that one, if you don't mind. So, Dirk, let me start with you, since you are joining us virtually. Let me start with you by you introducing yourself to the House. We have here our colleagues representing the broadcasting industry, the ad agencies, the audience measurements, solutions providers, software providers, and so on and so forth. It's a wide array of audience we have here. So if you let us know about yourselves and the company AdRight, what you guys do, as a way of introduction, sir.
Sure. Well, thank you very much for inviting me to participate in your panel discussions, and greetings from Cape Town. I have a software background for many, many years. I've been building production company software. So we look at the kind of information chain right from casting to booking talent, right through to now managing the usage rights. So we launched AdRights a couple of years ago to help production business units, specifically around the monitoring of the usage rights in the various advertising that they do, and specifically now right down to the assets, and how can we help brands and advertisers not get into any infringement issues around the misuse of assets. So that's essentially what we do at AdRights.
Interesting. And that sounds like you're doing a great deal of good work and making a lot of money in the process, right?
Oh, I wish. I wish. Money comes later.
It comes later. Right, Essen, you're welcome, Dirk. And I'm going to be asking some questions later on to you, but for the time being, thank you very much for joining us. My lady Osula, please let us be introduced to you, as it were.
Okay, good afternoon. I think it is afternoon.
It is afternoon, yes.
So I'm Rishela Shikati, and I'm currently the head of business and market intelligence at the SABC. I was previously at MultiChoice for over 10 years. And prior to that, I've been at Nielsen as well, specializing in media research, and I've been in the agency space as well.
Wow, so you have been wearing so many hats. Now you're here as the head of marketing and business intelligence.
Correct. Correct.
Correct, yeah. What does it mean to be marketing and business intelligence from a broadcast standpoint? What do you actually do?
Okay. So what I look after is obviously audience insights. As the SABC, contrary to popular belief, we actually are mostly self-funded. The government only funds about 3% of our business operations, and the rest is derived from advertising revenue, right? So our audiences are key to us. They are our currency, and we have to make sure that we have all relevant insights to make us competitive in the markets.
And that's your job.
And that is my job. So audience insights, which will influence how we price our properties from an advertising perspective, as well as reporting and accounting for revenue and looking for opportunities in the data.
Okay. So I see a lot of conversation you and I are going to ask, because you said something just now, the last phrase, looking for opportunity in the data. I will pick you up on that, but rest easy. Thank you. You're welcome. I think, Langa, we've met you, so I think the bit where we're going to, the question I'm going to be directed mostly at you is, with the hat that you wear, where you are working with the radio stations and buying media for them, how is that going? But we'll come back to that once we've gotten to know that gentleman over there. The name of your company, if I can read it properly, is Create number 8 IV Playbook, correct?
Yeah, so it's the Creative Playbook.
Oh, Creative Playbook. Why you insert 8 in that?
Oh,
well, creative, isn't it?
Yeah, kind of.
Tell us about you, sir.
Yeah, so I'm Tika. I'm a director of the Creative Playbook. We are really a boutique consultancy that looks at helping sports brands and sports individuals with obtaining sponsorships and also how those sponsorship rights are leveraged from a media perspective and from a, I guess, awareness perspective.
Right. First off, how do you say your last name, sir?
Msutu.
Musutu.
Yeah.
It shouldn't be that difficult for me to pronounce.
No,
What's going on in my head today? So just to contextualize, you are focused on sports. Or
yeah, sports sponsorships.
Sports and sponsorships.
Yeah.
Okay. Right. Excellent. Here we have it, ladies and gentlemen. We have a wide variety of broadcasters, of the people in the media, in the agency sector, and then the gentleman there deals with, sponsorships and helping with spaces that involve ad assets. My first question, Doc, is this. Working with broadcasters, Doc, or talking about the broadcast media industry in Africa and the monetization of ad assets, in terms of the challenges that you see that are making it difficult for broadcasters to be able to identify what their ad assets is, and let alone monetizing it, if you're going to talk quickly around that, what would you say have been those things that you've seen in the marketplace when it comes to broadcasters or content publishers being able to identify what their ad assets is, what the assets is for advertising, let alone now talking about being able to properly monetize it?
It's a bit of a tricky one because we don't have much experience in that, but what I can share with you is what we've seen is a problem, a challenge, let's say, around assets that are in the public domain that maybe shouldn't be, okay? Now, that obviously talks to monetization, because if they're in the public domain through some form of error that someone's made along the line, that costs the brand money as well as the production unit money. So, because there's an infringement. So the biggest challenge, I would say, would be around stopping these assets from being distributed into the public domain when they shouldn't be. And there's obviously that then relies on technology and having various technology partners speak together, because that, I would say, is one of the biggest challenges we see in our little microcosm.
Interesting. So I asked the same question to Osula. Can we hear her, guys? All right, can we, or should I give her the mic?
Right? Okay, I think it's sorted. Thank you. I definitely concur on the technological gap. As a state broadcaster with mostly limited resources financially, I think the kind of systems that we are able to invest in may not be at the same quality as your independents. If you think of your big multinational or big broadcasters like your MultiChoice and other competitors, I think just the level of investment that we can be able to upgrade from our back-end systems that allow us to integrate buying systems between us and media buyers. I think that's definitely one of the biggest challenges. And I think just digital transformation as a whole, and I'm gonna just speak on the technological aspects as well. If you think of digital migration on our aspects, so with DTT and some of the challenges that we've had, it means there has been some loss of audience somewhere else where you are losing your currency. So those number of audiences that used to derive or contribute a certain amount of revenue So yeah, those are the two aspects that I can think of right now.
All right, let's, because you're here, I will check some contextual data with you. Currently, your work as the head of sales and intelligence cuts across all SABC channels, right?
Correct. And radio stations.
And radio stations.
And the OTT platform, which is SABC Plus.
Okay.
Yes.
So you have to make sure that you are able to successfully identify the assets that you have, advertising assets that you have.
Correct.
How do you go about doing that?
Okay. So we do a lot of inventory analysis to look at what is the value of our inventory across all our radio stations, the OTT platform, and our linear platforms as well. There's a lot of analytics that are involved, using some tools, but also just using brain power, if I can call it that. And we price strategically. Obviously, the assets that give you the most audiences are the ones that you want to capitalize the most. You have to be strategic in the sense that you can't outprice yourself from the markets. You still want to be competitive, so that someone doesn't look at a price on generations and once, and feel that it's not worth for them, correct. So pricing strategy is key. Identifying the right inventory management systems as well is critical.
Okay. Now, once you get this pricing right and inventory management systems right, the inventory management system, for the sake of broadcasters that are listening, that wants to learn from you, is that bespoke, or is it something that you got from?
Some of it is bespoke, but there's also standard tools like your Landmark that are global and quite used around the industry. Okay, awesome.
I'll come back to you again, but in the meantime, if there are any questions yes, I will come back and take questions in the next couple of minutes. I just wanted to go also to Nsika. Nsika, in your experience, maybe you can also use this to let us understand where you come from and how you interact with platforms. In your experience, when it comes to being able to monetize assets, maybe as sponsors or advertising, how is it being easy to work with fellow members of the stakeholders like the broadcasters in this country or across Africa generally, in your experience? And what do you think is driving that relationships?
Yeah, so I think it's an interesting one, especially from a sponsorship perspective, because sponsorship nowadays has really become really data-driven. We work with the likes. You look at some of the reports the guys at Nielsen put out. It kind of helps drive and kind of hone in on where you're looking to go as a product or as an entity trying to find a sponsor. So for us, it really becomes about, what is the right audience that kind of ties in with the brand or the entity that you have, and where are those eyeballs kind of honed in on, and where do those sit? So when it comes from a broadcast perspective, we find ourselves in a really interesting space because the broadcasters are really starting to compete with, I guess, the content creators in terms of advertising or where brands put their money.
How do they do that? How is that competition involving, just quickly?
Competition in the sense that a lot of people are moving away from appointment viewing. And I think the SABC, Ursula will be very au fait with this, is that there used to be a time where you could kind of pinpoint to say, at 8 o'clock on a weekday,
I'm going to watch this program,
2 million people tuning into Generations.
Correct.
And that became a selling point. And now people have moved away from appointment viewing to kind of on-demand viewing. So that kind of space now becomes kind of a big inventory gap for Ursula and them to say, okay, we are now competing with someone who has a podcast, who they understand when that podcast comes out, or when that vlog comes out, or when that show comes out, they are guaranteed an average of 1 million attentive watchers or listeners on that show. So it's really that, that competition that they are now fighting for that space. from a brand perspective or from someone coming in to sponsor, I kind of know that I am guaranteed if I come onto this podcast, one, I am not hindered by how I leverage this property or how I interact with the people that listen to it and how my brand comes across, whereas, you know, they certain regulatory compliances and those sort of things that, you know, the broadcasters need to worry about.
Okay, interesting. Just to follow up on that point that you made, which from your point of view, to assist me in helping to understand what you actually do at Creative Playbook, is it the assets, like, for example, a sports star or a sports program? Do you then approach the like of SABC or ZMBC or TBC in Tanzania and say, look, this is an ad asset, a program that you can put advertising on? Or from your point of view, do you actually take the program with advertising to give to them? Or how does it work from your point of view?
Okay, so I think there's two ways of looking at it.
Yeah.
Is one, the broadcaster can build a program which they want to bring a sponsor on board. So you build a show or a segment of a show with the intention of approaching a specific sponsor to say, we are going to build this talk show and we want brand X to sponsor it because it will speak to the target audience.
Yes.
You know, so that's how you do it. And secondly, as a brand, we can, if a brand approaches me to say they want to sponsor or get involved with a radio show or a TV show, we kind of look at the radio or TV segments or shows and say, your audience is most likely going to be watching that.
Okay.
So you can come on board and sponsor
that particular show.
Yeah.
Okay, so I get it now. Excellent. Question. I think, Matt, did you have a question? Can we get a mic to Matt, please? Or you can project, yes. Save time.
I think that was directed at Linda.
Was it for me?
Yeah.
Okay, you're asking if we are thinking too small? I think we are not, we are thinking too small, actually. We have been thinking too small for too long. That's why we're failing to catch up with everyone else. We're in a position where we are endowed with so much resources, so much human capital resources, so much intelligence, so much all that, actual hardcore resources that then can allow for an economy to grow. The problem is that as broadcasters, unfortunately, where we are standing right now, without supporting businesses that are going to grow revenue within our African economy, we will not have anyone to buy any of our products. So I think, yes, we have been thinking a little bit slow with all these advancements that you're saying. And I did mention that we're about to enter into the fifth industrial revolution. The first one was the coal and what, and then came gas, then came, what was it again? The third one was nuclear and electricity. The fourth, where we are now, is internet and renewable energy. But where we are going is going to require us to marry technology and human resources. Because if you think about it this way, the moment we stop thinking about technology as competition, we are going to be in a better space to actually figure out how to integrate that into the spaces that we're in so that it works for us to, number one, reduce maybe cost of production, to be able to reduce the prices and the rates for radio and TV so that the 90% of the people that are actually running the economy can afford it? How about maybe consider collaboration? These podcasters, if you really think about it, they're not always competition. Why are we not looking at it that way? Because if they've got the audiences and you've got the expertise, there isn't a reason why the same brand that can exist on TV cannot exist on the podcast, and at the same time, we all get the audiences that we need. We all get the, what you call it, social capital as podcasters and stuff like that. And traditional media as well gets the social capital to say, okay, fine, we're being progressive, we're being, we're being open to new possibilities. If 90% of the African economy is held by SME businesses, and we are not thinking about how we can reduce our own cost of production so that we can be affordable to them, we're in a lot of trouble.
Hi, so I think just to touch on something you just said now, I think we're going to get to a point, or we are at a point where broadcasters on a linear stage are looking at, or should be looking at, how do they take some of the content that the podcasters and content creators are using or doing or producing and bring that across and their audiences through to the linear space and into the radio space. So it's much easier to bring that kind of content through to a linear space because it's finding a gap in programming and kind
Give
of
me an
bringing-
example of what you're
and
talking
kind of
about.
bringing that audience through. So the perfect example, Podcast and Chill.
Yeah.
Meg G and them have a Podcast and Chill. And they do these shows around the country. But we understand that the audience of Podcast and Chill is 1 million plus viewers / listeners at a go. So how are we bringing that across? And Channel O did that to have a Podcast and Chill episode put on Channel O. So that is now taking the online audience from that podcast and bringing it into the linear space so that you're taking that audience and also giving it to the linear audience at the same time. So there is a very big gap, but there's also great opportunity for collaboration.
It is a
to
great
bring that
opportunity.
content across.
Yes, it is a great opportunity because I don't think we were thinking in that term before. I'll let you come in just now. I think we were thinking in the term of taking linear content to the digital space. You are saying the reverse can be the case, but before I come and allow you to weigh in, I want to do, I think my lady from TBC want to ask a question, but before you ask your question, can I get Dirk to please take note of this because I'm going to come to you on this in terms of what strategic partnership with brands and content creators will help diversify revenue streams. How do you see such strategic partnerships shaping up from your point of view, professionally and personally? Again, what sort of strategic partnerships should brands, content creators, and broadcasters be looking at to help them diversify their revenue stream? I'm going to come to you to get your thoughts on that particular question line. Madam, you first, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you. My question goes to, I'm sorry I couldn't catch your name, yes.
Her name is Osula.
Osula, yes. I'm from Tanzania Broadcasting Corporation, TBC, and I am the Director of Sales and Marketing, doing same work like you. I would like to learn from you. In my department, or in TBC, the way we are doing to raise sales, we are using 3 ways. There are employees, permanent employees, which are not so many, few of them, and we give them targets and they go to the market to look for adverts. We use also agencies, he's talking about the agency, and the way agencies are doing with us, we have in-house programs, or within the programs we are looking for sponsors. So the agency can bring in the customer, or the permanent employee can bring in the customer. And also we use sales freelancers. They are not permanently employed by TBC. We have engaged them in certain terms and conditions. They bring in a business and then we pay them according to our policies, commission, sales commission. Now, I would like to learn from you. Do you use the same way? Especially, I want to know about the sales freelancers. How do you pay them, the modality of payment to them, if at all you use sales freelancers?
Okay.
Thank you.
So before you answer that, I don't know if how much you can go into that, but before you answer that, now you have two questions. Now you have two things to weigh in on. The first is what we were talking about, which is on the issue of getting from the digital space and bringing back to the traditional legacy broadcast. Have you been doing it? You seem to have a take on how that can play out. And then the question that my lady from Tanzania has just asked, which essentially is how do you structure your sales and marketing department to go out and basically bring in the adverts based on the question she's asking.
Okay. So just going back to Nzika's comment around linear to digital, I wanted to give a case study. One of the best performing podcasts on our OTT platform is actually the linear version of Ask a Man. So Ask a Man is like Dear Susie, Auntie Susie, you know,
Agony
calling
Aunt,
you,
yeah.
Agony Aunt, exactly. So that's a daily segment on Metro FM. And what happens is, due to its popularity, it's being transferred, or there's a library that is kept on the OTT platform. So some of the insights is that we have people that don't necessarily engage with the content on linear, but they go directly to the OTT platform to listen to it.
And do you think you can work the other way around?
And for us, that has been a breakthrough, because that's where people have discovered the content. They may not be necessarily a consumer of the original radio station, but they engage with the content on OTT, and that has been the introduction, right? The same way as we have radio dramas that are on linear, but we make them live on our OTT platform as well, and that's where people get to engage with them, that they wouldn't necessarily engage on a linear space.
So they can discover it on the digital space, and then they also come and consume afterwards.
On the linear. So there is a symbiotic relationship. And really, no one, if you look at our audiences, no one lives exclusively on digital, and no one lives exclusively on linear. There's always that, integration that happens. Of course, everyone will have a skew as to where they spend most of their time, but there is that transition. Okay. And coming back to the question, so we are using a similar model. We do have frontline sales executives that go into the industry. They will either interact with direct clients, so your big advertisers, but they will also interact with the agencies as well. We've got permanent staff as well as our contracts. And they also work on a commission base. They'll get their basic, but also get their commission. Because with sales, you have to incentivize the efforts, right? And I think your other question was around, what's also unique about us is, because we've got such an extensive amount of brands, we've got 19 radio stations and about 7 TV stations, right? It's too much work for the advertising, the field work, AEs, basically field executives, to man on their own. So they are supported by the product managers of the different brands. So an advertising executive can go with a product manager of Ukozi to go and present to a Unilever in order to sell opportunities that are just beyond your classic spots. They'll be focused on sponsorships, on advertiser-funded programs, depending on the brand positioning of that particular client. So we always try to innovate besides just doing, standard sales, but seeing how we can collaborate and meet clients, at their innovation needs. Because clients are always looking for different ways of pushing their brands into the industry, to consumers, yes.
Okay. And just quickly wrapping up on that one, what would then be, for example, your relationship with the ad agencies, like the likes of my gentleman here, Mr. Ntsika, and also the likes of Langa, who are trying to, do media sales for broadcasters that are within their network? What's your relationship with them?
We are always open to strategic partnerships because we understand that there's always somebody that can do a better job than you, right? And the amount of brands that we really have, it becomes too much. And we are always collaborating with other agencies to see the expertise that they can bring in that can help us to maximize our revenue potential.
And by brands, sorry, carry on.
No, I'm saying the door is always open.
Okay. And by brands, you are not only talking about the channels, you're also talking about the programs.
Oh, yeah.
Is that how you brand, when you say brands, I'm thinking you're talking about the programs as assets that you, or correct me.
I was referring more to the advertisers.
Okay.
But we also collaborate on a content perspective as well.
Okay, awesome. Yeah. My lady, does that answer your questions, or do you have follow-ups on that? Okay, right. Can I get another? Okay, I'll come. I think I have the mic. I think there is shortage of mics in. So just tell us who you are, your company, and your questions, sir.
Hi, I'm Dumelo. I'm from Nielsen Sports South Africa. We're sports research, media monitoring, and data company. And my question is for Ursula. In fact, there's two questions. So my first question to you is, how successful has the rollout of DTT been in hard-to-reach areas, particularly rural areas where people have traditionally been using normal terrestrial TV? And secondly, what are the concerns and action plans that are put in place to avoid the potential loss in viewers to people that can't access DTT or can't access SABC Stream, the OTT platform?
Okay. So how successful has DTT been? Not very much, to be honest, for various reasons, mostly administration. And what we've seen with our viewers is people are quite resilient and they problem solve themselves. So where analog switch off has happened in certain provinces, people have resorted to DTH as a solution, right? Largely because if you look at the content offering on those platforms, it tends to be broader than what your normal DTH box would give. And there are some players in the market that have introduced DTH solutions that are subscription-less, that are working for communities who can't afford to, invest in a subscription-based, content consumption. In terms of what the SABC is doing, obviously SABC Plus was one of the mitigation strategy, also understanding that people are migrating to a digital way of viewing. However, we are also looking at other solutions that I can't really divulge now, that will be more, inclusive, especially when you look at indigent households who may not necessarily afford to migrate to your digital streaming.
And that's interesting, but let me ask, maybe this will contextualize it for us as well. You should know the data because you're the data woman for SABC. What's the profile across the country in terms of percentages between those who are in urban area and those who are in the rural area that engage with your platform across board? Top line figures, percentages.
From a number, percentage. We find that rural viewers account for about 25%.
Rural viewers, 25%.
Yeah, we're quite an urbanized and semi-urbanized, society. And it's actually, there's research that's done that it's very difficult to find pure rural communities in South Africa.
Okay. Let me move on from there, but I'll leave you with this. So maybe you can do a quick comment. How do you define urban and rural? Maybe that helps us.
So demographically, we'll look at the community size, so how many people live in the community. You are also going to look at access to basic amenities like running water, electricity, just those things that make the quality of life easy and seamless.
And only 25% of those are...
Correct.
Okay. Those are your figures. We'll have to go with it. Let's move on. And let me go to you, Dirk. Dirk, I asked a question earlier on. And for the meat of it, what are those kind of strategic partnerships that you will advise in terms of the brands, the advertisers, the broadcasters, and the content publishers? What sort of strategic partnerships should we be looking at? And how do we make sure that works for everyone across the board? I know I'm asking you some tough, broad, generic questions, but I'm sure you can tease out some meat for me there, sir.
Sure, Benjamin. I'm obviously going to look at it from a technology perspective. Essentially what you've got is you've got the brand, which outsources the creative to an advertising agency typically, which typically has a production company in-house or outsourced to execute the production. Once the assets are finalized, now this is an interesting topic because it might be a TV commercial, a cinema ad, a Facebook ad, Instagram, TikTok, a podcast, a wraparound, whatever it might be. So the campaign might have a myriad of distributions to reach the general public, right? Now, there's an onus on the production aspect of the business to monitor that those assets are distributed to the correct places for the correct periods of time. And then there's also an onus on these guys to make sure that there isn't an infringement of those, an extended usage period, right? So my answer to the question is, from a strategic partnership perspective, we would always recommend that your usage rights management system, whatever it might be, a manual system or a system like ours or another system, is directly talking to the digital asset management system. So essentially what that does, it stops the problem at the source, which means if you've got, let's just say, a print advert for Father's Day, for example, Woolworths, that has expired, the creatives in that company should not be able to distribute that asset anywhere else if the usage rights have expired. So you need your usage rights system, whatever it might be, to talk directly to your digital asset management system to make sure that the assets are used correctly and not illegally. I don't know if that answers that question.
No, that is great. Now, if you're talking about your usage management system, right? In practice, what does that mean for an average, or not an average, or a regular broadcaster? And how do they then implement? I'm sure these are the kind of systems that you will recommend for them. How did they then make sure that that helps them to tie into their overall content management system in order for them to be able to properly monetize their assets when they want to monetize it and how they want to monetize it?
Yeah. So quite of a tough question to answer. Essentially, the usage rights system, Benjamin, will be handled at the production level, okay? Not at the broadcast level, because the broadcasters obviously receive the assets. So the usage rights systems that typically have been used before we came along were very manual. So you would have the production team, let's say at a big ad agency, putting stuff in calendars, perhaps on spreadsheets, and internal reminders within the production unit of the ad agency or production company, all right? And as with any manual systems, it's open for human errors. You know, someone leaves the company and they don't transfer the reminder in a calendar to someone else, and it can cost a brand millions. So essentially, there's a distance between the production element, distribution of the assets, and of course the broadcaster. The broadcaster is just receiving the assets. And it begs the question of how involved the brands are, you know. So we're kind of saying to the brands, you guys need to take more ownership of your assets and not so much rely on your outsourced partners to manage those assets, because infringements are expensive. So it's quite a complex chain to identify who's at fault. And trust me, when there is an infringement, the fingers start getting pointed quite quickly. So to wrap up, you need to kind of stop it at the source.
Excellent. Thank you. Now, coming back to my panel in-house, the question I have before I go back to the house for any further question is, for example, Osula, given the fact that things are changing and changing rapidly, both from the broadcast media's perspective in terms of the fragmentation of the media space, and like I've been saying, the audiences are more choosy, more sophisticated. What are those things that you are looking to do or you are currently doing? What are those innovative methods in terms of being able to monetize content that you guys are thinking about that are not just the traditional way we do stuff? Is it something that is currently in your thinking process to match the changes that's currently evolving in the ecosystem? If you are currently thinking about it, what are they, and why is it that you are thinking along that lines in terms of the method in which content is going to be monetized or is currently being monetized?
Okay. So, sure, we are changing, what do they say? The car is moving while you change the wheel, right? We still rely quite a lot on your AFPs and your sponsorships.
AFPs meaning?
Advertiser-funded programs, to try and maximize opportunities. But what we are finding is that instead of bringing in advertisers once the content is finished, we collaborate to create the content together. So if you look at banking partners, for instance, we could create a storyline that speaks to financial responsibilities, or how financial education in whatever aspects that speaks to the target audience of that particular institution. So you don't bring them in at the end of the food chain, but they become part of the content creation, with you. So we both own the content, but we can leverage off the advertising revenues that come with that. So that's some of the strategic partnerships.
Just pick up on that. That's interesting. So how does that evolve in practice? Is it that I work within the SABC space, maybe, and I'm trying to, do I just wake up one morning and have a brainwave that I need to do? I want to do a program on financial literacy, and yes, bam, I'm going to get NetBank involved, I'm going to get ABSA involved, and so on and so forth. Or is it that it might come from them as well, and they say, look, we want to do this program, would you be working with us in that space? Is our room open, or is it normally coming from you as a broadcaster to initiate the programming and then find those guys and start working with them to provide that program and them as sponsors?
It's actually both ways. Once you have a good relationship with your clients, being the advertiser, when you understand their strategy, right, and what it is that they're trying to achieve from a brand perspective, we then become forthcoming with the creativity.
Ideas, yes.
Correct. To say, instead of your classic ad, how about we do this? And clients like things that are out of the box, that make them stand out and that give them, that presence, independent presence that they don't share with other advertisers.
Excellent. My brother, you see that as well?
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of it actually, where there is a collaboration on the content that is produced. I think that's one of probably the easier ways of revenue generation for broadcasters is that brand integration into content. And I'm not speaking about product placements, but similar to what Ursula is saying, is really building storylines
thematically
content that becomes, you know, very brand orientated, or brands can kind of see how they can leverage of that. I spoke earlier around, you know, building segments that are brand specific into talk shows and into those kind of things, where you kind of create special moments in shows that brands can kind of own. And obviously the more obvious one is really sponsoring of, or taking one of the specific show and kind of sponsoring the show.
These are currently happening now, though, right?
Yes, no, these are currently happening. You're actually seeing, we're starting to see a lot more of it now in this space. As brands fight for share of voice, as they try and stand out in how they come across and how they present themselves to consumers, the more of this will actually be will be seen.
Langa, you work a lot with radio broadcasters as well. Are you also, do you have a thinking about what the broadcasters are looking for from the agencies as well, in terms of how they can help in terms of monetizing their assets, the advertising assets? It's not just what the advertisers is looking for from the broadcasters. What will a typical broadcaster be looking for over and above just regular partnerships? Well, what are we looking for from advertisers when they come to us, or if we go to them? What's been your experience so far?
Thank you for that question. Obviously, first thing first, revenue. Because we need to run. The organization needs to run. We need revenue. That's the first thing. I've been seeing lately that there has been a little bit more lenience towards brands that could have been considered a couple of years ago out of the usual scope. Like, you'd have a radio station maybe say, no, we will not be able to do A, B, C, and D because of our values. Is it a political thing, socio-economic thing? But now there has been a slight shift of liberalization of the type of content that can be put on radio. That then gives a lot of opportunity as well for the different sectors that have not had exposure or access to broadcasting platforms to push their products. So you'll notice that there's a lot of sponsorship. Fair and fine, yeah, you get product placement, like when you get a tin of beans or something in a TV show for a reason, right? For a particular market, you know that this tin of beans is going to be bought by these people in this LSM because these are the people that are watching the show. But now, I suppose there has to be a little bit more open. We have to be a little bit more open-minded. I'm seeing broadcasters in my country being a little bit more open-minded about the type of partnerships and the type of remuneration that they can get instead of just actual revenue, like buying a product for a year. They can buy a product and come through and say, we'll take up the advertising for this tin of beans for the next year. But we need to talk about the revenue split after that for your sales. So, of which it's been pretty revolutionary if you think about it, because it allows for broadcasters to also have a quota that they are dedicating to a particular type of business that has potential to grow. So I'm hoping that we'll be seeing more of that type of collaboration. I know a lot of people would say, oh, no, you know what, it's not our business to buy products. Our business is to sell advertising space, but it's your business to promote the brands. So how are we doing that?
Yeah. So Benjamin, I think broadcasters find themselves in a very interesting space right now. With a big shift away from appointment viewing being the one thing, and looking at where content is predominantly consumed. You mentioned something around 40% or 40 to 50% of the population of the continent being under 35. Where are those people, or what type of content are they consuming, and where are they consuming it? and as much as we want to look at, you know, where or how we're driving advertising revenue for broadcasters, I guess the question becomes is, how are we putting those adverts, or how are we monetizing those assets in the place where the eyeballs are? So how are we shifting from linear to the digital space? And in the digital space, how are we making sure that we are putting these products and putting or creating those assets in the place where the eyeballs are? I read a stat earlier this week or last week, around 30% of all online content consumed on the continent is on YouTube. People spending on average 27 hours on YouTube. So how are we moving and making sure that we are creating, like Ursula said, you know, the content that you guys have and you're bringing onto the digital space, how is it finding its way onto YouTube, and how are you able to monetize that so that you are speaking to the advertisers there? TikTok is another big one. How are we moving from, you know, the snippets that we are cutting from our shows and putting those onto that short format content that people are consuming on TikTok? How are we trying to monetize those spaces so that, you know, we're giving another revenue stream for the broadcaster, but it's not on linear, it's not on traditional platforms, but it's another source of revenue and advertising space, yeah.
Food for thoughts, sir. Food for thoughts. Lady SABC. You are Lady SABC, right? Let me ask you this. You said earlier on that SABC only get 3% of the revenues from the government. A lot of people will, like you said, contrary to popular belief, that means you got to get 70%. Let's say you get 25% from other sources. Don't let me, you know, answer your question for you. What percentage of your revenue come from advertising?
It's around...
Or should come from advertising? 85.
Well, currently it's 85%.
Currently it's 85.
Correct. Remember, we also have to collect TV licenses in South Africa. Yes. And I'm sure we all pay our TV licenses.
We are not going to go there. I'm sure we all pay.
I know we do. It's the right thing to do. So we have TV licenses. We also have merchandising. We also sell our content to other broadcasters across the continent as well. So we are quite entrepreneurial. We have to be. We don't have a choice because...
Yeah, but I'm focusing this on the advertising revenue.
A good 85%.
85%. Now, the reason I'm asking that very pointed question is, if 85% is coming, is supposed to come from advertising revenue, let's break that down. How much of that is currently coming from the digital space? Ballpark.
Okay. So from a digital perspective, we are quite behind the curve in comparison to our competitors that we are definitely aware of. We are really still new in the game. We are still relying a lot on our linear media.
So give me some figures here.
From a percentage?
The reason why I'm asking will become apparent because I want to compare it across the continent.
It's definitely less than 10%.
10%?
Less, currently, yeah.
10% of your revenue, advertising revenue, only 10% is coming from the digital space, which means 90% is still coming from the traditional sport buying, sponsorships, and what have you on the linear channel.
Radio and TV, yes.
Is this the same in Tanzania, ma'am?
In Tanzania, in TBC, yes. It is 5%. Yeah, 5% from the digital.
Zambia? I'm going to Zambia. Is there Eswatini here, right? Okay.
Digital revenue, definitely less than 5%.
Less than 5%. Eswatini?
I think it's around 4% or less.
In Ghana.
Also less than 5%.
So you see, ladies and gentlemen, between 10 and 5% of advertising revenue is coming from the digital space. Now, that speaks two things to me. It's either we don't believe as broadcasters that digital is the place to be, and we are not putting all our efforts in driving our spaces there? Or is it our consumers are still sitting on the traditional legacy system? Yes, SABC, go ahead.
Okay. So, I mean, we are obviously going through this digital migration, I mean, from an advertising revenue process. And I'll tell you, one of the biggest challenges around digital is the amount of volume that you need to get of advertisers to compensate what you could make from traditional. If you look at the pricing on traditional media versus the pricing on digital, there's a big difference.
Exactly.
Traditional is expensive, so it pays the bills better.
And
right?
hence why you are keeping it.
I think there's
It's a cash cow, right?
There's a comfort and a complacency in a way because of the price point. So in order for us to shift our efforts to digital, we would need to quadruple, 10x the number of advertisers per second, you know, to make up for
Makes
the
sense.
revenue. And do we have the resources to do that? Do we want to take the risk and just do that, you know, leap while we can't afford to do that? It has to be a gradual migration. I think the strategy at the SABC is we are migrating.
Does that speak? Sorry,
And
finish.
yeah, we are really migrating, and we are aware. We are seeing a lot of our clients, advertisers cutting budgets from traditional to move to digital. So we are forced and compelled to upgrade our digital efforts as well.
Before I bring you in, Dirk, just to get your opinion on what we're talking about, but what's the explanation, maybe explanation, the thoughts that my lady Osula has given? Does that speak to all the broadcasters in the house, especially the public service one? Does that speak to the reason why this is the way it is? If you agree or if you don't agree, Tanzania, yes? Does that speak to, because you need a lot to operate on the digital space? Speaks to you, right? Zambia speaks to you. Nod of the head, I get it. Ghana, yeah? Right. So we're going to unpack that quickly before we close. But Dirk, I see you nodding your head whilst this conversation was going. What are your thoughts? And I know that there are a couple, the lady here, and I'm sure I want to hear from Mr. Nsika as well. Well, give me your thoughts on this matter.
Yeah, sure. So we've been tracking, you know, the kind of various distributions of where the money goes, who spends what on what, you know. We've seen a massive decline in traditional linear spend on the usage rights component, and we've seen a huge increase in what they call internet and social media. So when it comes from a usage rights perspective in terms of what brands are spending, huge, gargantuan strides towards online channels. It's a very broad umbrella, predominantly YouTube, Facebook, Instagram kind of advertising. So, and then we're seeing a lot of smaller productions micro-targeting specifically digital advertising. So it is a big threat to the linear space, but yeah, we're seeing a lot of spend being pushed that way in terms of the usage rights spend.
Well, that's instructive, because if spending are going that way, what are these folks doing sitting on the legacy platform still? Because 5 to 10% of your revenues coming still from, 90% of your revenues coming still from the traditional system, but the spending is going towards digital. For me, it's contrarian. I can't understand it, but there you go. Can you weigh in on that for me?
Actually, I wanted to just comment very quickly on what you were saying earlier on, Ursula, about how only 10%, the room spoke, 5%, 4% of money that's generated is coming from digital. Just to keep a quick thingy, just to let you know a quick stat right now, I just Googled. South Africa. In South Africa only, because we're in South Africa, I haven't checked every other country. But in South Africa only, there's an estimated 2.6 million micro, small, and medium enterprises. 2.6 million registered micro and medium enterprises. Just as food for thought, to say, imagine if we had a product that we could roll out on digital, on SABC One TikTok, that can have 10 slots of 10 rand each in each hour. And you target 10% of the 260,000, because if you can reach 2.6 million, you usually get 10% back and 10% conversion, right? Mm-hmm. So I was just saying.
Noted.
I think, Langa, you're looking for a job at the SABC.
And a good deal.
Nsika, what do you say?
Yeah, look, I think I mentioned around the numbers of under 35s that are sitting in the digital space. Fortunately, for Africa, we find ourselves in a space where it's going to take quite a while for us to get off the linear space. So there is still a bit of time for the SABC and the other broadcasters to kind of find their footing in how they build their digital offering to grow their advertising revenue. But at the end of the day, and I think the gentleman online spoke about it, there's a huge spend that's going into digital spaces.
Digital, yes.
You know, one is because Ursula mentioned it, it probably costs brands far less. Two, it's easier to implement for brands. You know, the 7-day, and I speak from a previous employer, I mean, you needed 7-day lead time to get your stuff in. The turnaround time for linear as opposed to digital is much quicker. So people are producing advertising assets that are suitable for digital more than linear. And it's really just about how do the broadcasters now start creating platforms in the digital space that can kind of start to fit in the varied kind of advertising content that is coming across. Like I said, you know, it's finding where the viewers are, where the eyeballs are.
And meeting them there.
And if 30% of the 30-year-olds, 35-year-olds and below are finding themselves spending 27 hours a month on YouTube, then we need to start looking at how you create and build that YouTube platform. TikTok is a big one as well. You know, how do you kind of monetize your TikTok platforms as well?
Go ahead.
So what we're finding works really well for us in terms of, you know, really leveraging off our digital platforms is we've got powerful brands, you know, from an audience and following perspective. If you think of a brand like Ukhozi, so Metro FM, Mongana, those Facebook pages sit with more than 3 million people, right? We sell that to our brands. We use that platform to help our advertisers expose their brands. So it's us, you know, also sharing that platform and monetizing it. So it's there's clever ways of
Is that part of
doing
the 10% or?
Correct, it is part of the 10%. So that's helping us tremendously.
Okay, I've been told I have less than 10 minutes. Do I have any questions? Okay, let's take it in block and I will be closed. Any more? It's going, any more? Going, gone. One, two questions, okay. Go ahead, sir. Please remind us of your name and your company.
I'm Craig Kelly from Africa XP and Premium Free. We have a satellite, multi-channel satellite platform, a free platform covering sub-Saharan Africa, and an OTT platform and channels which are also available, obviously free in apps. We also supply our channels to various third-party platforms, predominantly as free platforms, but sometimes into pay operators. I think when you say that some of the SABC media buyers are shifting some of their spend away from traditional into digital. The unfortunate thing oftentimes is that they're not that shift is not all into your own digital pages. It is in fact into whatever. It is into sponsoring influencers on Instagram and things like that as well. So for quite some time now, the digital platforms, the ones that I mentioned yesterday, have a history of cheating in terms of whether or not the advertisers are getting their exposure. Typically, large international platforms are taking revenue away from our local media platforms, and by setting up pages on those platforms, they're taking the lion's share of what is generated on our pages anyway, number one. And number two, we're only getting a little bit of an offset against that migration. And to my mind, that suggests that we are missing an opportunity in terms of setting up our own digital platforms that perform that role. And Benjamin, what I was saying to you yesterday about the fact that these large platforms, in terms of how they report their views and what kind of content your content is sitting next to, you said, "Well, how do you regulate those guys? They're in LA, they're in Palo Alto, wherever they are." We can't, but we can present alternatives to media buyers by setting up platforms where the context in which the ads are presented is more relevant. We have the ability to deploy hyper-local content. We have the ability to put out Africanized or international African blended channels. And increasingly, the technology to deploy such platforms is available either cheaply or on revenue share. So, so I think part of what needs to solve that problem is that the broadcast platforms here need to think more creatively about actually using their social media pages as a recruitment place, not as a destination for their content, where they give teasers in those pages, but ultimately pull people onto their own platforms to consume. And that means that there must be a reward of some type within those platforms for them to, for the viewer when they arrive there.
Absolutely,
yeah.
Absolutely. Very well said. Yeah, can we go to Timothy from Ghana, please?
Thanks, Pius. I just want to share the experience from the private experience as well in terms of the digital revenues.
Go ahead, sir.
So what we've done, and in some private organizations in Ghana, is that the audio, so for radio, the audio from traditional media, FM, we've got agencies that monetize the audio on online streams as well. And so we've situated the ad spot in such a way that it synchronizes with the ad placement that he has placed on the online streams for other markets outside of Ghana and Africa. And that is some good dollars and euros that he generates. So every time you see, so that's revenue one.
Tim, interesting. Can you expand on that a bit?
Okay, so I'm saying
with real example, for example.
Okay, so we have an agency. We have an agent. What he does is that he signed a number of us on. So your radio programs, so we stream through his platform on audio, and he sells this audio content that we are producing.
So he sells advertising on his platform.
On his platform outside Africa to clients in Japan, Europe, and he puts ads. And so every day you get a report on what ads are on in the inventory that you have given him. So that's a way that we make money there. And also on the digital side as well.
Does he share the revenue with you?
Yes. So there's a percentage because he's hosting it.
Okay.
So we have an agreement signed and you see it growing. In fact, initially, we weren't in until we saw records from our competitor that was showing huge amount of money that they are making from the ads, especially for us, local programming in current affairs. So a lot of Ghanaians who are outside Ghana who wants to know what is happening, they tune in on that service, and he plugs in ads. So you can get a McDonald's ad in Japan on that particular stream, and at the same
But somebody may be asking, sorry to butt in, somebody may be asking, you can do the same on Facebook, right?
Yes, so that's also done on Facebook, but what I'm saying is that the distribution of the content is helping to get more revenue on digital.
Okay.
So distribute audio and distribute video on Facebook. At the same time, we distribute that same content on YouTube. So for us, we have SOPs for producers, where if you're a producer, your job is not only to produce for the audio and you're gone, but before you start the show, you are thinking of this content, the production lines, the distribution lines, YouTube, Facebook, and the audio stream I'm talking about, and the website. So our teams of shows, every team, there's a producer, a presenter, and a digital team members, 2 people, and we stream every show on radio. And now Facebook has been monetized. Now you can monetize Facebook in Ghana and I think Nigeria. I don't know which other countries in Africa. So you are streaming on Facebook on your show and you're making money there. We finish, edit it, put on YouTube, you make your money there, and then the audio streams as well, and the website as well. So these are channels that we've been able to. I know that for the public broadcasters, because of bureaucracy and systems, it may take, but for private broadcasters, we are a bit agile and we've rolled out and we see the impact of revenue that is coming from
I don't see any reason why public broadcasters can adopt that kind of system as well. Look, it brings revenue in, and you can also control the content that you want to put out in this space as well. Running out of time. Do I have anyone else that wants to comment or contribute, ask questions? All right, can we go to a gentleman from Voice of America, please? Remind us of your names as well for the
Yes,
records.
of course. Hi, guys. Travis Hyde here from Voice of America. It's with regard to sports. What I've seen is that I think there's a great opportunity within sports, and specifically within niche university sports, playing a role within national broadcasters or private broadcasters in terms of selling those sports to brands and then getting broadcasting sponsorship on that. If you look at like the big examples, if you look at the IPL, that was completely ignored by the Indian government. They actually threw it away completely, and then there was a few really rich people that pushed it forward. Within South Africa, there's something called Varsity Sports that started off with rugby, and there usually the problem is you don't have an audience that you're selling to. And I think if you're looking to sports and universities, there's a great link there where you've already got a captive market and you've already got a sports, and it's the broadcasters just thinking smartly and linking that to a sponsorship to create an actual broadcasting of sports and sponsorship. What else want to say on this? The problem there is every time we approach broadcasters on this, they immediately go, Premier League, that's where you make your money. And I'm saying, no, man, it's by looking at the niche sports that mean a lot to a university state. And someone yesterday said a throwaway comment as well. They were like, traditional media is dead until you're on TV or on radio. Then you're telling everyone, right? So I just wanted to find out, other than those case studies that I've done, I'm looking for even like smaller niche case studies around the continent, if anyone knows about that, because I do think there's quite a bit of value in that.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that. Do you have a feedback on that? Because you are the sports guy on the panel.
Perspective and from a school's perspective, I can only look at it from South Africa, and MultiChoice kind of has that already. They've got varsity soccer, varsity cup rugby, cricket. Geez, if ever they did tennis or squash or any other arm sport that varsities play, I'm sure they'll be in that space. And then,
but that door can be close to broadcasters, linear broadcasters as well, because MultiChoice is on DTH.
Yeah.
But the likes of SABC can look into that, ETV can look into that. Or do you see challenges to broadcasters, or even the guys that are outside can borrow from that as well, right?
So I guess it's a rights thing.
Okay, I see your point.
It really does become a rights thing. So MultiChoice has the rights, or SuperSport has the rights to varsity sports.
Full stop, yeah.
So that's where it is. The guys came in very smart. They bought out, it was a free platform. Used to be YouTube streamed, School Sports Live. They came on board. It's now called Super Sports Schools. You speak about a captive audience. I don't believe in this country there's a more captive sports audience than high school old boys. And that Super Sports Schools has taken off because every single old boy wants to gather and watch their first team, their high school first team rugby side play, or their first team hockey side play. So they've kind of got a captured audience there, and hence they've been able to bring in a large amount of sponsorships and partnerships for the school sports program as well.
Interesting. Yes.
Choice with Ntsika, now I realize. And also the parents, because we used to analyze the viewership on the Super Sports Schools.
Yeah.
There's a big adult audience as well. So parents who want to brag about their kids, tell the aunts and uncles and everybody who cares to listen. So it's not just a youth market, it's both the youth and people who have buying power, which is quite valuable for advertisers. It's a brilliant, product offering.
It is, and also if the sports rights is closed in South Africa because of MultiChoice, I'm sure there are folks here from Ghana, Zambia, Eswatini, and other countries that might also want to look into that fantastic opportunity to generate revenue, just focusing on the high-profile kind of programming. Sports is always one that brings in the money, and if you look at it from the local point of view, that's something that might be worthwhile exploring, right? Okay. Now we are closing down this panel. Dirk, I'll come to you first, and then afterwards we have I'll have Ntsika, if you're not going to just the last words basically. And then we'll take the ladies. I'll go with Langa, and then we'll finally finish with the lady that's sitting closest to me. We'll take your last word. Dirk, what is it you want to leave us with today? What do we go home with from your point of view, given everything we've been speaking about, sir?
Wow, there's been a lot that's been discussed. It's been an interesting insight for me to see the other side as well, because we don't really typically get in the other side, which is your side. I don't really have any comments on how I see the future, but it's been fascinating to hear what your audience and your speakers have had to say. So it's been a real learning experience for me. Thank you.
Fantastic. I think one day I'll bring you in to tell me what the future holds. Maybe that day you'll be able to give me the crystal balls. But from where you sit at the Arts Rights Global situation, I am sticking with you because I want you to leave me with something that the broadcasters, if they want to play with you tomorrow, will say, okay, here's what this guy has given me, and I want to be able to operate with him at some point. What is it that you can offer the broadcasters that are in the room and you want them to think about going forward?
Well, it's an interesting question, Benjamin, because essentially, if there's an infringement right, the broadcasters it doesn't really affect them because they've been sent the assets to distribute on their platform. So unless the broadcasters themselves are managing the usage rights on behalf of the brands and making sure that the brands that they have good relationships with them, in terms of the big spenders, the Unilevers, the Procter & Gambles, the Clicks, and the biggest advertisers in, let's just say, South Africa. Unless there's an element of, well, look, we're going to make sure that you don't have any infringement issues, then they need to start talking to people like us as well as other people to help manage those relationships. So unless that's a scenario that could be a reality, then effectively the ownership is on the brands to make sure that this is all taken care of.
Unless,
I don't know if that helps.
No, well, I'm sure it helps. It helps you when you see SABC knocking on your door tomorrow To say how do we have a lot of brands, you know. But thank you very much, Dirk. It's always good to have you on sharing your ideas. Thank you very much. And
you're very welcome.
Yeah. Now I'm going to go to you, Mr. Musutu. What's your final takeaway to say, guys, here is what I leave you with?
Yeah, I think for me it's, I guess, pretty simple, easier said than done. I think broadcasters, just listening to how much of their ad revenue comes from the digital space, I think broadcasters need to really look at how they collaborate with the content creators, the podcasters, the guys that do vlogs, to see how they can collaborate with them to help build the online presence and make that more profitable and more enticing to advertisers.
Excellent. Excellent. That's very well said. Langa?
Thank you. As a media buyer, as a media buyer, the first thing that is always going to be at the top of everything is revenue. And I will preach this until whoever needs to hear it needs to hear it. There is a niche that we are, as broadcasters, neglecting. There is a niche that has a lot of potential to grow in the next couple of years that we're not even looking at. SMMEs, I'll say it again. SMMEs are the future of businesses in Africa. Look at the innovators, look at where the innovators are coming from, which generation those innovators are coming from, regardless of the fact that there has been a lot of growth in the African economy with blue chip companies, respectfully so. Right now, we also need to be looking at what the real economy, who the real economy is going to be driven by. Who is going to be driving the real economy? So once we understand who is going to be driving the economy in the future, and we tap into those people, because in as much as they might not have buying power now, you don't want them to hate you in the future because you neglected them or you didn't give them enough attention or products that could actually work with them for them to have, for them to even respect your brand equity, be loyal, and all that. So having worked with radio stations and TV stations, particularly for media buying, if we're going to be talking about the sustainability of our industry in any way at all, then we need to be definitely putting a lot of effort into understanding that particular market, what they will need in the future, and how we can grow with them. Other than that, we might be in a lot of trouble. Because even Nana Unilever and them, the blue chip biggest advertisers, if you really think about it, they might not even need us after a while, because products are changing, the landscape is changing. So let's tap into the future of buying power within the media space, and that's SME businesses.
Crystal clear. Thank you.
No pressure.
Right. Now let's go to Lady Ursula Sikati.
Okay. So digital has definitely exploded, right? But linear is not dead.
No,
right?
not in a long way, yeah.
So, and the key thing is broadcasters need to build a 360 ecosystem that allows for linear as well as digital integration, because that's who our consumers are. There's content that viewers will consume digitally, and there's content that they will insist on consuming linear, right? We as broadcasters also need to evolve and make sure that we cater for the needs of our viewers from a content perspective, linear content as well as digital content, as well as commercialize both platforms. But we live in a dual space, you know. It's really about leveraging on that 360, that omni-channel presence, and making sure that we drive growth on either side. Well, linear is definitely declining, but it's about accelerating the growth, you know, digitally as well, so that we don't have our advertisers cutting budgets, and we are left with a revenue hole and a revenue gap.
If I was now speaking to you, I know it's your final word, but I want to ask the final question. If I'm speaking to you in maybe 5 years' time, and you're still here at the SABC, where do you think the ratio of, where would you want the ratio of digital versus linear to be? Still at 10/90?
Definitely not. Then the SABC will not be in business.
So where do you think? Is it, it will be reversed 90/10, right?
Definitely.
Awesome.
Hopefully.
Hopefully. Whether we get there is, yeah, what's today's date? Today is 7th of August 2024. 5 years' time will be the 7th of August 2029. Yes. I'll bring you back.
I'll be back.
Ladies and gentlemen, can we please appreciate these guys, please? Thank you, thank you, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dirk. Thank you, Ursula. Thank you, Ntsika, and thank you, Langa. Do we have the photographer, please, to take the group panel photograph for us?
Thank you.
Presentation on the AI implication on where we are at, how we plan for that media-wise, and we'll take the final panel on artificial intelligence as well. At 2:30, guys. Let's come back. Thank you very much.
Can I have hands together for Mr. Sondlo?
Good afternoon. Can you hear me? Good afternoon. We should be in all smiles, you know, like that lunch was super nice. Come on, guys. Good afternoon. I know we're trying to go past the dessert, you know, and hear what I got to say, but I'm just going to keep it simple and short. My name is Tom Sondlo. I work for a company called Black Group. We own a company called VIB Mobile. We're a mobile aggregator. We do your B2C, so your USSDs, your annoying messages that you get from MTN, Vodacom, and that. We do that in 11 countries, but what I'm just here for is, when I got this topic, is talks differently from what we do. We make our monies from the USSDs, short codes, and we believe it's the future for us, but in all reality, AI is taking over. I know we say artificial intelligence, but I'd like to believe it's superficial intelligence. Obviously, we're talking about how, like, the future of how it's going to change the broadcasting aspect. If you really look at it as, take it back where we'll have those big TVs and we'll just tune on and obviously go back to, be it a private or national broadcaster, you just send a client a rate card and it's signed off and your money comes through. Now we've got different players now in the field. Now you've got your TikTok. TikTok has taken over. I'll just put the whole social media. YouTube has done that, and I'm sure you've seen the presence of how these guys have just increased their presence in Africa. And if you look at it, how before COVID, I know we had like 5-year plans, 10-year plans, but I kind of believe that, like, with COVID has taught us that your 10-year plan is now your 5-year plan. Your 5-year plan is now your 6 to 2 years. And if you really look at it traditionally, how you'll sell, so I'm just going to be explaining the slides. The presentation is available if anyone wants it. So basically, I was talking about interactive advertising. And now you want to sell to someone that I know, let's just say we're 40 of us in the room, and you want your quick result, you want your risk and reward. And when you really look at it as the way we think and the way we look at things, it's very different to a consumer. I'm just going to give you a case study after this, and why I say so is you've seen how now you don't need to go to the shops to buy something. When you sell something to someone, they really, from them buying 5 times, they do it once a week. From them buying it 4 times a year, it's once a year. And definitely that is like a struggle for most small businesses, big businesses, individuals. And that's why I think for us, interactive advertising is the way to go. Why I would say so is I was amazed on how, do you remember the Share Coke campaign? I don't know if you guys remember the Share Coke campaign, where Coke saw that actually millennials are not buying their Coke. So the way to tap into that market is to put a name. This thing started off just for one country, and it just went worldwide. And the sales went up, their rebranding was changed. That is interactive advertising. I don't know if you guys, I don't know who uses an Apple Watch, Apple phone here. I'm a Samsung fan, so I know you guys know how, like, Nike sold you the idea that, you know, if you wear this Nike Plus, the partnership between Apple and Nike. That was the whole idea of them tapping into your social network to see when do you want to buy this. Have you noticed how mostly, think about it if you're like an Apple fan, how many times do you visit Nike store in a year or in a month? And I wanted to bring it closer to home. Checkers 360. They are the guys that have, there's so many that have done this, but they're the guys that have actually showed us that interactive advertising is the way to go. And when these guys came in, they're not more than 2 years ago, the app itself, And I love going into the shop. I enjoy looking for those red tags. But with this app, I don't have it on my phone, but I know people that use it. I've looked at it. I've seen the case study. I've seen how when Checkers 360 launched a few years back, I think they were 360, sorry. When they launched a few years back for the commercial side, I think we had forgotten about them. Like, we know Checkers is just a shop where you just pop in and go out. But like, now they're forced to be reckoned with in the e-commerce space. And they've introduced where actually, while you're sitting on that app, it gives you games, it actually speaks to you. You feel like you're the one that's doing shopping. And I kind of feel we're going to that space where in our lives is AI is there to stay. I say superficial intelligence. Why I say so is, imagine if you could sell an ad where you know the person, already the people know what they want. The whole gap that we have here is true as Africa is. There's this gap that we have. It's 50, 25 years, very much debatable. But I still feel that there's so many, we still go back to the traditional ways, come back here, but there's so many avenues that we really need to sit down, reroute ourselves, and tap into this market. If you look at the interactive elements of it, I'm happy, like I was listening to SABC, how they've introduced an app, and the app is for the masses, and I hope that changes the whole game, because, not all of us can afford TVs, but like the interactive aspect of this changes the whole game between you and your consumer. And I'll just jump up. If you look at the results, I know for a fact that like their sales, when they speak about it, they didn't do well. They did really well for the past 2 years. And for me, like when we're sitting and having conversation, when we talk about traditional media, digital podcasts, but I think this is one of our very own products that we should talk about as colleagues. That like, if these guys can do it, what stops us? Because this is a journey. Like I have reason to believe that when we do projects or we do apps, it's for the community, the country, and the continent as a whole. That's why I think we're all sitting in this room where we're looking for different solutions where we can collaborate, tap in, and give us good results. Success factors is they have this promise that they have to you that in 60 minutes you will have your shopping ready. I think when I really think about it, when I go to the shops, I might spend the whole morning. And I'm sure most of you, maybe if you send your wives or send your husband, the next thing he's looking for a rugby T-shirt or a soccer T-shirt, or the madam goes there, she's now there the whole day. But this gives you a promise. And I kind of feel like we're all sitting in this room because we're looking for one promise. And we believe in the same ideas and the same ideology. What is the future of broadcasting? Can anyone tell me what is the future of broadcasting? Like, guys, I know we've been having this conversation for the past 2 days. What is the future of broadcasting? Can anyone tell me what is the future? Sorry? No? Show you now. Can you guys see that? Personalized content, ads tailored to your preferences. Interactive storytelling, viewers choose your own private narratives, seamless interaction. Look at TikTok. Guys, I know one of the guys was talking about how you have a whole long hour show on TV or an interview and you just need to sell 30 seconds. And that thing just goes off. And the opportunities and navigating the challenges, like enhance user engagement. There's nothing as nice as selling to a win or giving to a win. I think we're coming from a factor where when you do a campaign and you have an idea that maybe 50% of that might go through. And we're in a space where I kind of believe that digital, or I can say your information, is the currency that we're trading with now. And it's the next currency that we're going to be trading for the next, I don't know till when. I say this guy is artificial intelligence, but for me, I believe it's super efficient. Do you know this? Your apps, your phone knows you more than you know yourself. Each time you download something, each time you go online, it knows what time you want to sleep. It knows what time you want to go on WhatsApp. It knows your habits more than you know yourself. Would you trust this guy? What would you do? The only way to go is to collaborate, because this guy feeds off you. Are we worried that our jobs are going to finish? Yes. But that should not stop us from actually enhancing our skills. That's where the future goes. Content creation, chatbots, personalized recommendations. Don't you guys love it when you guys have, like, when you just go over the weekend and, you know, like, obviously now I know most companies use WhatsApp or the WhatsApp platform where the bot will just do the whole thing for you. I know banks have jumped into it. I know mostly banks, I know insurance companies have jumped into it. And this cuts a whole lot of workflow. But I kind of feel like we're in that space where we need to actually collaborate with this superficial intelligence. Because where it is now is, I don't believe that we should step back, we should step forward. Because each time you open your phone, let it remind you that this thing feeds off you. It's learning you. You are teaching it to do things. Customer segmentation, it's nice where, you know, when you sell something and you know that, like, you've cut out the inquiries, you've got direct sales only. They're just asking, we know you want this, you have an inquiry, hence your social media, your Facebook, your Instagram, TikTok has jumped into the background. Even YouTube, I know YouTube is making so much money from this. Ad optimization, you know, how instead of you just throwing yourself out there as broadcasters, agencies, the work is done for you. And for me, I want to keep it short, and we can have a conversation, and that's it, guys. That's the future. Thank you. I don't know if you have any questions before I step out.
Can I have another round of applause for that presentation? Thank you so much, Tom. Before you take a seat, I do have a question for you. I think my question is around looking ahead, right? What are the opportunities do you foresee for the broadcasters to capitalize on interactive advertising to enhance both revenue and viewer engagement?
I've reason to believe that this has made things easier for you, for your marketing department, for your sales. Why is, instead of, I know for a fact that, like, I'll go back, I'll use like maybe the SABC. I think you guys have got over 7 million plus, right? And your database has got over 7 million plus, right? So, and from out of the 7 million, you know that maybe, let's just keep it simple, 20, 40% interact on their apps. Already you can just target market those, because already you have a database. Instead of you going further, you're just building on what you have. That's my view.
All right, thank you so much. Any questions? Can we have another round of applause for Mr. Thomas?
I have a microphone here already. So. I was listening to that presentation by the gentleman, and I was asking myself, are we really serious about the future of broadcasting? How serious are we? Because I have a feeling when we're talking about issues that relate to artificial intelligence from where we sit, it's still very far-fetched. And yet, ready or not, here it comes. The next presentation you're going to hear from a very good friend of mine is going to be addressing that story I'm building together, which is what is the future of your media strategy and planning in the world we are living now, the AI-powered world. All of us we've heard about ChatGPT. If you haven't heard about ChatGPT, hands up. That's just one aspect of AI. All of us use ChatGPT. If you haven't used ChatGPT, heard of? Used. If you haven't used ChatGPT, hands up. If you have used ChatGPT in the past 1 month, hands up. Ah, see. Now, if we are currently using it, and then we are now thinking in the media space that will inhabit, this thing is coming, but we are not ready. Again, ready or not, here it comes. Can we please welcome Matt with a round of applause for his presentation. Matt Angus Hammond, the director, Angus Hammond Africa. Please give him a round of applause as he comes on. Thank you. Thank you, Matt.
Thank you, Benjamin. All right? Everyone hear me? Okay. First of all, a round of applause for Tom's Pans, please. Thank you very much. And last session of the day, we've almost made it. Well, then there's the panel. But yeah, we've almost made it. Hang in there. I promise I'm not going to kind of talk a lot of detail, mainly because I don't really know what I'm talking about. So to kick off, by introduction, my name's Matt Angus Hammond. I'm a researcher, mainly. I specialize in audience measurement research, surveys mainly, qualitative, quantitative, in weird places like the Congo, Afghanistan, some Nigeria, been bouncing around Africa for about 20 years doing that. So I don't actually have any particular interest or business interest in what I'm talking about today, because this is not what I do. So I'm going to kick off with a very quick pop quiz. All right, everyone pay attention and don't just answer. Don't ask ChatGPT. It's kind of proving my point if you ask ChatGPT. True or false? The percentage of the world's population living in extreme poverty is increasing and COVID made it worse. True? Put your hands up. False. Okay. Next one. True or false? Over 80% of girls globally complete primary school. True? False? That is true. You don't have to fact check me. Go and ask ChatGPT afterwards, I promise you. True or false? Global life expectancy increased for several decades until COVID came along. When it reversed the trend for a couple of years, it's now back on the increase again. Is that true? Nope, that's false. Didn't even slow down. True or false? 80% of the world's population has access to electricity. True? Put your hands up. It's true. True or false? Disinformation and malinformation has significantly slowed down global child vaccination rates. You can see where I'm going with this, can't you? True or false? True. Put your hands up if it's true. False. For every suburban housewife in LA who decides it causes autism, there's 100,000 kids in India and China being vaccinated for the first time. A lot of African kids being vaccinated against malaria. We're talking numbers here. True or false? Climate change is increasing the number of people dying as a result of natural disasters. True. Put your hand up. The disasters are getting worse, but we're getting much better at responding to them. True or false? The global middle class is getting smaller as the poor get poorer and the rich get richer. If you think that's false, put your hands up. Nice work. Okay, final one, I think. True or false? It is highly unlikely that there will ever be 10 billion people living on Earth at the same time. True? Put your hand up. It's true. The UN used to think the population was going to hit 12, 13 billion. The latest estimate is 9.7, peak global population. Probably faster, given that they have to keep revising it downwards. So why did we get it so wrong? We're all, I mean, you know, this isn't even the general public. We're all educated people. We're informed. We put it as general public, it's even worse. Chimpanzees randomly hitting yes, no, do better on this quiz than a group of people do. The reason is cognitive bias and bad data. So, and it comes from a book called Factfulness. I'm going to recommend a couple of books. Read this. It'll change your life if you haven't already. Hans Rosling. So obviously, sorry. There we go. So I'm going to swing back a little bit to that later, but now I've kind of set the scene for the fallibility of human intelligence. Let's talk a bit about artificial intelligence. So there's kind of an artificial intelligence universe, and as I said, I don't understand artificial intelligence properly. Anyone who says they do is probably lying to you. Within that, there's machine learning, which, and you've got neural networks as well. This is kind of the sort of basic levels of thinking, but thinking about very specific things in very specific ways. And if I go down to deep learning, right, that's when we really kind of lay down multiple layers of these neural networks, get a bunch of different algorithms thinking together, collaborating. And then you get to generative AI, which is ChatGPT and the weird art and the weird poetry. This generative AI is what's getting all the attention. But that's not actually what we need to think about or worry about. This will be later's problem. What's going to really make the difference is not machines thinking like humans, but machines thinking like ants. Because AI, at a very, very fundamental sort of building block, the absolute essence of AI is that it is statistical analysis at speed and scale. So imagine there's a statistician. We've all met statisticians. This one, though, is super specialized. They can only run one type of analysis. So they can do a regression analysis. Okay, there's one that can do a regression analysis, but there's 10 million of them. And they can all do their own special type of analysis in a fraction of a second. So that means that basically anything where we start getting into a conversation about scale or about speed, those are both kind of out of the equation when it comes to getting things done. And that's what's really scary. Of course, the other side of it is the bad data, which, as we all know, rubbish in, rubbish out. That applies to all of us. AI is in no better position to work off bad data than any human is. We get bad data, which makes us believe, well, that thing's wrong. AI fed the same bad data with the same cognitive bias will get it just as wrong. Interesting enough, though, it's really hard to get cognitive bias into an AI. Turns out you can't teach them to be racist or teach them to be xenophobic, or they kind of, you can get them to pretend to be, but you can't actually make it. So, since we've all used ChatGPT, I thought, hang on, let's do this. I'm just going to ask ChatGPT to make me a job description for a media planner. So, we don't need to read all the details, but basically we've got key responsibilities, then we've got media research and analysis, media buying and negotiation, campaign implementation, performance monitoring and reporting, and then collaboration and communication at the end. So those of you who've worked with media planners, this is a fairly traditional job description. So first of all, everything that I've now crossed out, which is about 80% of it. That's all being replaced already, or has already been replaced, not by AI, but by simple automation. Just basic algorithms, there's nothing fancy about it. So the people sitting around kind of manually programming media plans, that's on its way out if it hasn't gone already. These ones in the boxes here, developing comprehensive media strategies that integrate traditional and digital media channels. AI is going to take that over. In fact, it is already taking that over. 40% of US advertisers are using AI already for their campaigns. Making adjustments as needed to optimize results, so real-time monitoring and real-time adjustment to the campaign. AI is doing that already. Highlighting key insights and recommendations for improvement. AI is taking that over. Why not? They've got less cognitive bias than we do. And the data is just as good, and they can access more of that data faster. So what's left for people is those two highlighted sections there. Collaborate with clients and account teams to understand campaign objectives, target audiences, and budget constraints. And then at the bottom, collaboration and communication. Work closely with creative account management and digital teams to ensure cohesive campaign execution, maintain strong relationships. If you notice, there's a commonality between those two. It's collaborate, communicate, relationships. In other words, we're still in the driving seat, but we need to know how to drive. So media planning, if you kind of strip back everything, this is really what media planning is, isn't it? It's identifying the most effective media-driven way to change people's behavior. Get them to buy something, get them to stop drinking and driving, get them to subscribe to a service, whatever the case may be. That's why advertisers pay us and keep us employed. And so if you look at traditional media, everyone knows how this kind of works, and we know that traditional media is still really based around a linear model. Now, obviously, the reality of day-to-day right now is linear. But I'm not talking about today. I'm looking to future-proof our industry here. And the future is closer than you might think. And it's limited to audience numbers and demographics. We talked about this yesterday. So there's your traditional media planning process. You get good audience data. You plug it into some sort of dashboard. Everyone's got one. Generate a campaign. Get sign off on the campaign and generate the campaign, by the way, based on CPM. We've talked about CPM. I'm going to mention that again later. And then you've got the campaign sign off based on the 3x reach curve. We've all seen those, I'm sure. And then you track your campaign performance, which is sometimes done and most often not done. And then you do it all over again. So the more kind of forward thinking of us have started to really think in terms of media, of multimedia and 360 media, incorporating digital, and that everyone in this room is thinking about that, and it's great. What's really interesting, and this is a survey I worked on last year in the Congo, 25,000 interviews, and the Ituri region, which is the deepest, darkest rainforest, violent bandits, poachers, part of the continent probably. There is nowhere, it's hectic. About a quarter of them, a fifth to a quarter of them are using social media. That was a face-to-face, on-the-ground household survey. We didn't reach out to them online or anything like that. That was house to house. Some of the houses didn't even have electricity or phones at all. So including all of that, a quarter use social media, and there's even people using SVOD, as you can see up there. SVOD, and then your and streaming. That little green slot is what I call shared and streamed, so people sharing videos, whether it's on USB or via WhatsApp, but also YouTube. There's a lot of YouTube in there, even in the Ituri region. So then we start thinking the next step, and that's planning. Okay, let's talk about content. And we've been talking about content as well. And the idea of media planning based around content is someone's eggs ready. This is from a project I did in Afghanistan at the beginning of this year. Really, really fascinating. The media landscape is completely at odds with the sort of human rights landscape, and the Taliban can't put that genie back in the bottle. So you can see, for example, women watch more news than men. But anyway, we're thinking now about content in terms of how we do our media planning, which is great. That obviously is that's the insurance against video on demand and against the move away from linear TV. If you know what content your audience is into, then it doesn't matter if the TV is linear or on demand or whatever. But then it gets complicated. Sorry, give me one moment. So Eric du Plessis started what is now half of Kantar. It was in Impact Information. And there's a great book, again, I'm plugging this book, The Advertised Mind, and that draws really looks to map out the path from the CPM, how many people saw the advert, through to how many people actually remembered it, through to how many people actually acted on it. And he managed to establish a very good connection between people liking an advert and remembering it. So we remember what we like. And we like things that reinforce existing memories, which is half the reason why the world's gone crazy in terms of politics. The problem is after that, it gets to actually, there's no, at best, a tenuous connection to actually buying the product or that change in behavior that we're looking for. Certainly, it's not something that you could ever take into a proper scientific sort of method evaluation as if you were a physicist or a biologist. So it's so it's complicated. To quote one of the great 90s philosophers, it's people make their decisions without their television as well. If you don't know who this guy is, you're young, and we'll talk about it later. Your clients, customers don't see your business the same way you do, and this is where it starts to get a bit hectic, right? And it's really, really important, this, because we kind of tend to think about our customers and our clients' customers being the audience. The audience has no vested interest in our existence at all. So plug this book as well, read it if you haven't. I love this, there's a whole background story to this space. There's the aliens called the Grebulons. They settled on a discovered 10th planet beyond Pluto called Rupert. And they based their entire culture around astrology that they got from Earth. The problem is that they couldn't make sense of Earth astrology if they weren't on Earth. So so they figured out the only actual way to make all this work was to remove Earth. So they destroyed the Earth. It's a funny book. And therefore there was nothing left to watch on TV. Oh, well, put on some light music instead. People will just ditch and move on, like they did from film cameras. So don't think you're in control of this process, and don't think the process is going to happen at a pace that you're comfortable with. If a quarter of people in Ituri are online and consuming digital media, that's a lot further forward in the whole kind of thing than a lot of us, certainly I thought. So once you consider all those sort of different factors and the process of getting from from the actual communication through to the actual behavior change, you have to start thinking in terms of holistic planning. So holistic planning is taking the media necessarily out of it. And this is becoming possible because if you think about it, all the data, we're collecting all sorts of data. Our clients are collecting all sorts of data. They've got brand health data, there's retail data, there's point of sale. And this is even in places like Nigeria and the Congo. All this data is out there, but it hasn't been all brought together into a single planning system, which doesn't look at media planning on its own, but actually incorporates everything. AI can do that because it's got infinite scale and speed. So, and the very, very beginnings, and all the media agencies are doing something like this. These two are the Omnicom, Lenny's people, but in West Africa that I've been working on for the last few years. OMD Consumer Intelligence by OMD and Ocular by PhD, which are bringing in then all the different elements, or trying to bring in more elements. They can't bring it all in, but asking the same people inside a media panel standalone surveys to understand their behavior on other things. Pricing interactions or retail interactions, things they're interested in, hard, soft data, also qualitative data, virtual focus groups, all that sort of thing, but all referring to the same people, so you can start to really build a picture beyond just the basic demographics. And that's great, and there's a lot of that going on, and that's kind of as far as we've got. This is really the sort of cutting edge in Africa right now. It's still thinking too small, though. Because the thing is, with so much drama in the LDC, it's getting hard to be Snoop D-O-double-G, except it's not. Who is winning the Olympics? This guy. He is popping up all over the place in a seemingly uncontrollable way, and of course he's got no particular branding, but he's created this whole kind of vibe, and if you spend time, this guy, and also who's seen the Turkish shooter at the Olympics? Kind of stands there with a hand in his pocket. He's also, it's impossible to predict what's going to kick off and what's going to suddenly have a major impact on the landscape you're working in. So the other side of things, and there's positive stuff, there's also negative stuff. This is, I love this quote, but it was almost about 18 years ago. I was working in Kenya with Coca-Cola, and we tested an ad campaign for the Fanta What's Your Flavor, which was basically introducing the three new flavors of Fanta into the Kenyan market. And the adverts tested, the pre-testing we did was fantastic. It said the campaign's going to be great. They ran the campaign for 3 months because it took 3 months to actually, figure out if the campaign was working and get all the data back from measuring it. And it hadn't moved sales from Nielsen of the other 3 flavors at all. And we had one of these workshops where everyone gets together and everyone got taken to task, and eventually a kind of sheepish hand went up from the bottlers. The factory broke. We didn't actually send out any of those other flavors. Well, there's your problem. So, that was obviously very embarrassing and cost a lot of money, and it was so you need to be able to respond to things as they happen. And media planning is increasingly going to be held account for that. We're not going to be allowed to stay in our silo and go, well, I'm just doing media. Those guys over there are doing distribution, so I'm not going to talk to them and I'm not going to work with them. And the fact is we're not going to do any of this anyway because AI is going to do it all for us. So where our clients' are in terms of the advertisers, they're starting to think a bit like this. You're optimizing the outcome, not the campaign. You're not optimizing a media campaign. So you take your media mix, already 360, then you add the layer of content, which we looked at. That's great. Then you add your controllable non-media stuff, your all below-the-line media, point of sale, everything that you can somehow, have more or less an influence over. Podcasts, influencers, all of that. That's great. But then you need to overlay that with everything your competitors are doing, and that is all of that, all of the media, and you're going to look at that in conjunction with that as well. And when I say you, not you, AI is doing it. Then you have to look at it in the context of all of the uncontrollable factors. The weather. Rises and falls in temperature drive the consumption of various products independently of how much you communicate them. So if the weather suddenly gets hot, push ice cream and push specific messaging around your ice cream. As Tom was talking about in terms, it's interactive, but it's sped up and made large. And that's just the beginning. Because I'm sure you've all seen this analogy. So you've got an infinite number of monkeys with an infinite number of typewriters, and they'll write the complete works of Shakespeare. It's a thought experiment. We've got AI is a near infinite number of statisticians performing a near infinite number of calculations and analyses in the blink of an eye. So in that context, why would you need to communicate at a sort of at a mass market level? Why do you need to target an entire demographic? You can start 1 million conversations, one-on-one conversations with your audience directly. And not only that, but they're conversations so you can adjust in real time. Tom alluded to it a little bit, but take a moment really to think about that. And it's not that far away. There are SMS and USSD personalized AI-driven conversations that are being sent out by international development agencies, UN-affiliated bodies, that sort of thing, to talk to people in the Congo, in Burkina Faso, via SMS and USD on their basic phones, and it's all AI-powered and it's all conversational. That is happening in the advertising space as well, which means we are now looking at AI-powered holistic planning, which basically is how do we most effectively get that person to buy my product? And as Paulo, said yesterday, you don't need 1 million people, you need one person with $1 million. You don't necessarily need to reach everyone in the demographic because they might want to buy your product. Find the one person who wants your product, wants your product. And because you can do it at infinite size and scale, speed and scale, you can do that for every single one of your potential customers. So that's where the future's going. And I think it's really important, as a closing thought, we can't fight a rearguard action against this. We can't be kind of retreating and trying to defend as much of our territory as we can from AI. We're media and we're Africa. Africa is the center of innovation in the technology space. We all know this. The media industry is innovative, it's agile, it needs to be. So we should be leading the AI revolution in Africa, not running away from it. Thank you very much.
Aha. Now you didn't get it. They didn't get my aha. The aha moment. People, are you sleeping or awake? Now that's an awesome presentation. Please, first of all, can we give him a round of applause? We're going to go into the panel just now, and I'm sure there will be some questions, but I wanted to say something. When we see presentations like this, it sort of makes you start to question what you're doing and how you're doing it, isn't it? Because presentations like this, as futuristic as that might sound to you right now, is currently here. And this is what we're going to talk about in the panel, when we go into the panel. Fortunately for us, we have Matt Angus still here to join the panel. Now, if you want to take the panel standing up, we can do it. I don't just know if the other panelists will agree to us standing up. So I have someone else joining us, Ms. Terry Johnson from FNB. Wouldn't it be nice to give the lady a round of applause, guys? Come on. Ms. Johnson, you are welcome. There are a couple of others, and I'm sure we're trying to plug them in, especially the guys that are coming online. Once they join us, we will continue to bring them on board. And what we want to do is to try and see if this conversation, as much as pressing as it is, if we can wrap it up in 45 minutes. Sure. So guys, you're welcome. Matt, we already have heard from you, so let's take the moment to hear from our lady, Ms. Terry Johnson. You are the media marketing lead for FNB. I'm taking that as the FNB, the bank.
Correct.
All right. Tell us a little bit more about yourself, ma'am.
Cool, yes. So like you mentioned, I'm at FNB. I lead media for South Africa. Before that, I was at what is now Essence Mediacom, the media agency under WPP. And before that, I was at Procter & Gamble.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
That's quite a wide range of activities that you've been involved with. Then I'll start with you.
Sure.
You're here to talk about the whole issue of artificial intelligence, machine learning as media planning tools. Yeah. But from what you do at FNB, why is a bank interested in the media space? And what is it that you guys are doing within the media space right now that makes it interesting to share with our colleagues here?
Yeah, I think at the end of the day, we all have audiences that we want to reach for whatever shape or form. I think earlier it was mentioned that they are our currency, whether it's what we want to sell to them, whether you have them as broadcasters. So I think we need to make sure that at the very basics of marketing, we are always top of mind for them, right? In order, otherwise we will not have a business at the end of the day.
Interesting. Excellent. Now, coming to the issue that we want to talk about, which is the deployment or the bringing of AI into the space of actual working in the media space. Looking at the presentation that the young man there has, that Matt has, yeah, you are young, right? That Matt has mentioned so far, and I was glancing at the audience and to get a feel of how this is sinking in. From your experience, from the way you see it, where are we at in terms of using artificial intelligence, AI, machine learning, and all these tools, even blockchain, within the space of providing content to our media audiences in the context that you know of?
I think also when we hear AI, like to your point, we get overwhelmed, right? But we forget that artificial intelligence has been here for years already. We all have phones, right? To your point, they're looking, the phone knows us better than we do. So AI has been here for a while, and I think we've been using it. So even from a planning perspective, if you think about the very basics around media planners using Talmor, for example, it's an AI tool. It uses several data sources and then helps with audience planning and predicting reach, et cetera, efficiencies and all of that. So I think from an AI perspective, it's here to stay, but it's also been here. I feel like we shouldn't get too overwhelmed because we have been using it for a very long time.
Yeah, we shouldn't be that overwhelmed.
Yeah.
Now, before I go into my question in Pool's spiel, does anybody have questions or comment based on the presentation from Mr. Matt Angus? Questions, comment, opinions? Are we all confused about AI? Are we all confused about AI? Yes, you are. Yes. Now, that's where the question is going to come from. What's confusing us about this AI? Why is AI, as media, I'm presuming you are here because you're a media person. Why is AI so confusing? What is the issue with AI?
So I come from the media landscape side of the business with BrandMap, so we do landscape surveys. And I guess our concern from where we sit is what portion of our jobs is AI going to take over? And I guess that's the big sort of question, but as you unpacked it, Angus, AI needs to learn from us, but I think our concern is from a data owner perspective is how is AI going to consume our data and how is it going to put it out there? So there's a lot of unanswered questions.
I'll let you answer that, and I want you to bring that into the context of one of the first slides you show, which is the definition of what a media planner is, and you've stricken off vast amount of work that these guys normally do. Should we be enforced with AI, or should we, what do you have to say to that question that the lady have just asked us?
Yeah, I mean, I think the beginning and end of my talk really speak to that. So first of all, don't assume that we can do a better job with our data than AI can. The second part, or towards the end, is, as I said, we can't fight a rearguard action, and that means we can't just sort of go, is that job next, is that job next, is that job next? It's about what do I need to change about the way I do my job to stay relevant and stay on top of this, and ideally to actually lead it. But you can't cling to anything. Everything is up for grabs, and a lot of people aren't going to lose their jobs. Their jobs will just cease to exist, and like people who put shoes on horses, people who do film cameras and all that sort of thing. So I mean, there's no point, let's not kid ourselves about that. It's going to happen. It's not just in media. So that doesn't mean necessarily that it's going to be a terrifying and apocalyptic time for everyone. It's much more complicated than that. And we have actually no idea. We were talking earlier on about the 2063 goals. That's 40 years away. The world is going to be completely unrecognizable by 2063. Never mind the sort of trying to achieve these things, which most likely will be achieved, but they'll be achieved in a context that nobody here today will recognize. So assume nothing and be agile. be agile and be responsive. And I don't want to be agile at 46. I want to chill out and coast through to retirement. But we don't have that option.
Yeah, excellent. I will come across to you guys because that's why we're here, for you guys to ask the question. But I must recognize the presence of my Oga here, Dr. Sifiso Falala, is CEO of Plus 94 Research. He's going to talk about himself, and I think we have somebody else online, Akintunde Bada Akintunde Johnson, who's the country manager for Paramount Africa. Mr. Johnson, can you hear us?
Loud and clear. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon, sir. We cannot see you, but I'm thinking the audiovisual guys are working. Oh, there you are. There you are. All right. Mr. Bada, I will come to you to say a few words about yourself, but let me give the microphone to Mr. Falala to just tell us a little bit more about yourself, sir. Or do you have the mic already?
Yes, I do. I hope you can hear me, Benjamin.
Yes, I can hear you.
Thank you so much for
to see you again.
It's good to be at this gathering, and I'm excited to see everyone that's here. The interesting thing about the work that we do is we realize that there isn't AI and us. I think AI is an integral part of what we do. It has actually immersed itself into our data, also into the way we think and the way we structure things. So it's to consider AI as an outside agent or something that is external to what we do would be a grave mistake, because it has been said to be the biggest revolution, perhaps even bigger than the internet revolution itself, and maybe bigger than the discovery of fire. So all of us now use AI, whether we realize it or not. AI does affect us. So as an organization, we are using AI. Most of you might be aware of the name Plus 94. We do market research in the mainstream areas, also in media. Currently, we are responsible for maps, working with MRF, and we are already looking at many models that will allow us and allow our data to take advantage of advances in technology. The biggest fear, and I think that I have, is ASI, when we get to a point where we have artificial superintelligence. I think at that point we may not be completely in control of the way in which the world looks, certainly not from an ethical or moral point of view. And one of the interesting news stories to come out of Paris, I see that Angus spoke about Paris was an ethical issue around the Lord's Supper and how the creatives came up with what appeared to be the Lord's Supper. Although they did say it's not the Lord's Supper, many Christians were actually offended because it seemed to be demeaning the Christian faith.
Exactly.
And if one considers the importance of ethics, that's an area where you will find that AI would be currently, depending on how it is structured, would be quite strong relative to perhaps human beings that might want to push a certain agenda, as happened in this particular
case. Excellent. So that's where we are, and that's the reason why we then need to know how we recognize this stuff and how we work around it, especially as media people, because we might just be the last bastion to make sure that the use of AI is appropriately deployed in whatever it is that we are presenting to our audiences. Mr. Bada Akintunde Johnson, can you please tell us a little bit more about what you're doing within the Paramount Africa space, sir, as way of introduction?
Once again, good afternoon, everyone. I am country manager for Paramount. I sit also on the executive leadership team for the business in Africa. Paramount is home to some of the biggest channels on Africa's TV. We've got 3 Nickelodeon channels. We've got BET, Comedy Central, the continent's #1 music and lifestyle channel, MTV Base, MTV, the reality channel, among other media assets. And within our work, we continue to leverage artificial intelligence and machine learning to optimize strategies and improve outcomes. Of course, you know, across the length and breadth of the expressions of our work, it's very key that we're able to properly analyze audiences and that our targeting is more accurate. And these are some of the things that AI delivers in terms of just being able to improve these operations. Again, in terms of optimizing media spend, AI and machine learning puts technologies at your disposal that help you optimize budget allocation across different media channels, because you can now almost real-time analyze performance data and adjust your spending to maximize your ROI. And these days, you can even create content using artificial intelligence. You can, you know, create personalized ads. Social media posts are now being created by AI. It's quicker, it's faster, it's cheaper, even video content. And in terms of also monitoring and reporting, there are technologies that provide real-time analytics and insights into campaign performance, helping, you know, planners to identify what's working, what's not, being able to adjust things real-time rather than wait till the conclusion of campaigns. So those rapid feedback allows for agile adjustments to strategies, and it just, you know, optimizes your overall effectiveness and efficiency in terms of how you're planning your campaign. So yeah, that's a little bit about me and the work that we do and the relevance of AI and the benefits of AI that we're currently reaping.
Excellent. You've mentioned quite a few scenarios there. I will come back to you just now, and I would like you to zone in into a typical example that allows broadcasters to understand in reality, in real time, or realistically, how they can deploy AI. A typical example of what you've done that has involved the deployment of use of artificial intelligence and machine learning to achieve one of those specific purposes that you've mentioned. But first, let me go to the audience, and I see there's a few questions. Do you think this thing is too high? Can I jump down?
No.
No. Okay, thank you. Wise words. Because if I do and something happens, then I'll come to you, my darling, and say, you asked me to jump down because you are saying, yes, do it, do it. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, I'm Jean from Radio Pulpit. I just want to actually make a remark. AI is a tool, and that is what it is. We should not be led by AI. So we still lead and we still create the original, but it's a tool. It can help us. But I have another question. And because I'm at a Christian radio station, I am using AI as well. But I had, for example, somebody calling me, one of our listeners, saying that in our daily devotionals, he can see that we used AI in editing the daily devotionals, which we didn't. And he was highly upset because he said we are now using computers only, so it's about the credibility. Then I had another client who said, please just tell me you don't use AI for the jingles, for the ads, to record the audio. And I said to him, no, we don't use AI. And he said, but because you can hear it. So from that point of view, when you have to be really credible and you have a relationship with your audience and there's engagement, I want to know, for example, say we start a radio station totally managed or executed by AI. I think it's going to drive people maybe away because they are going to say, but this is not credible anymore. Although AI can take a lot of messages and put it together. And also what I've seen on AI, I search around a bit, and there's a term we call Christianese. You write it, you talk it a certain way. So what I see is interesting at this stage, AI is still mixing Christianese with a more philosophical slant. So it's very interesting to see. But my real concern is the credibility.
When we are doing our media stuff, how should we plan for AI impacting the credibility of the stuff we do, or should we even be bothered about that? That's the one that we are going to address just now.
I actually just wanted to say the same. I must say, Matt, when you said just now, you know,
don't worry about the fact that AI is going to replace a lot of jobs. It's not as simple as that. It's even more complicated. That sounded really scary. But then I thought back, I'm a Gen X, and when I was in school, our teachers told us, listen, by the time you guys finish school, computers are going to do all your jobs. You're not going to have work to do. Guess what? 98% of those people are working with computers or on computers. So, and I very much agree. We actually had a very interesting conversation on this at the BBC's African Media Summit, Leaders Summit last year. And interesting story, a Malawi radio station replaced their nighttime DJs with the daytime AI variants. And the listenership went up by 27%, if I remember correctly. I saw another very interesting study where they had people, 3 groups, one group working on problems, another group working with AI and being told that this is very, very good AI, and the third group being told, listen, it's a decent AI, but it's not always right. Now guess who of those performed the best? And the answer is the group that worked with the AI by far. And I saw this because I was in an interesting situation where I had to do an open book, no rules technical exam in a very specialized field a while ago. And I was curious, and I did it in companionship with AI. And AI would have maybe gotten 70% of the questions right. But it was wrong on a number of them. So I think almost like, when we started getting the first harvesting machines, a lot of people lost their jobs. But guess what? Working a back-breaking job, most people are having to work on the lands. It's maybe not the best job. I think what's going to happen is we're going to, or just illustrate the point as well, we work with programmers, and a couple of people told us, you don't need programmers anymore because AI is writing the code. Guess what? Our programmers love AI. They're not worried in the least. It's made them much more efficient. You still need a human to make the big decisions, to drive the thing. But what you have is this very powerful tool which is mostly right and which can inform you as a co-pilot. I saw a quote on programming computers in the 80s where they said, computers have now given us the ability to reproduce errors at a rate which was humanly impossible up until now. And yeah, she said garbage in, garbage out, but if you use the tool correctly, I don't think we need to be too worried about it. I think it's going to make the world in a lot of aspects a better place and an easier place for us.
Thank you. What do you say, Ms. Terry Johnson? Do you think that the deployment of AI in the media space, especially with media planning, does it impact the credibility of the work you do as a media person? If it does or if it doesn't, how do you mitigate for both sides?
I think from a credibility perspective, I think it really comes, I think from an actual hard media planning perspective, I think it helps us optimize, etc. I think where the ethics starts coming in, which always is a discussion when you're talking AI, is around the output of the content, the creative, etc., which then start posing that problem. But I think from our side, what is key is transparency. As brands, as broadcasters, we don't have a choice. We need to be transparent about where or how we're using AI and whether we are complying, right, with regulatory stuff like the POPI Act, etc. So I think you have to be transparent. Legally, you have to be transparent, and you have to communicate with your consumers and your audiences. And to be honest, even if you don't, you will lose your consumer at the end of the day because it's about trust, right? To the complaint that you had, it's about trust. Do they now trust you, yes or no? And I think also with that, to the example that you gave there, I think also from a bank that banks almost a third of the country, you are going to get complaints, but it's about putting it in relation to the overall audience. Was it one person out of 100,000? Was it, you know what I mean? So I think transparency is key around how you use it. And to our point is about what was the input that we used, and was it quality input that we used to develop the AI at the end of the day, at the output.
Okay. Doctor, what do you say?
Well, at present, I would agree that AI is a tool in its current format, but that's because we haven't reached artificial general intelligence, where AI becomes semi-autonomous or autonomous. And some of you might be aware of a project called QStar, which, when it started, it became sort of at the center of why Sam Altman was dismissed from OpenAI. And one of the debates is around how to actually introduce and when we could have an introduction of artificial general intelligence. And I think at that point, we may not have as much control as we think we do have. At present, it is true to say that AI requires a lot of human supervision. You cannot just deploy it and say, create an advertising campaign, deploy a strategy, a media planning strategy. You can't do that. You still need to intervene. It will be faster than a human being in terms of getting the ball rolling, in terms of structuring what a campaign should look like and what are some of the elements. It will certainly remind you of some of the ethical requirements. So I think for now, AI is a great companion to have, because when it comes to the actual execution, it is fast. But as time progresses, I envisage a future in which AI will become fairly autonomous and will not be hallucinating as it does now. And at that point, it might replace quite a few jobs, especially in the creative arena, where already we are seeing a lot of 50% of the campaigns working and the other 50% not working.
Go ahead.
It actually speaks directly to my point, because we're all talking about generative AI. AI behaving like humans. So the AI that took your exam sitting next to you was a generative AI. The AI which is making ads, the AI which is making pictures, the AI which spooks us all, that's generative AI. Do yourself, if you've got ChatGPT, plug in the same question or the same thought, or however many, simple or complex, twice. So ask the question, get the answer, then ask the question again, and say, repeat your previous answer. Or I think basically, ChatGPT and generative AI is incapable of generating the same answer twice. That's where generative AI is. I'm not talking about generative AI, I'm talking about machine learning and neural networks. And if you had a full-on machine learning neural network deployed to do your exam, I suspect it would get a lot better than 70%. Should get 100% if the data that it's learned from is good. So we're not up against the sexy/scary AI. With regard to the people's relationship with their faith is highly personal. I've seen huge amounts of AI-generated religious material online, some of it weird. And a lot of people who call themselves religious seem to think that that's okay. A lot of people don't. It's going to be a personal choice. And so whether or not, so if there's a credibility issue with your listeners, then you should respond to that. But that's the joy of AI as well, because AI can tell you if AI is a good thing to use here or not, by monitoring in real time all those little points. Imagine if, for example, at the Olympics, you could have curated conversations. The minute anyone was like, hey, what's going on with that? That's the Lord's Supper. Quick art history lesson. Actually, that's the Feast of Dionysus. Our bad, sorry, we should have thought that through. But this is the original painting, which was actually painted before the Lord's Supper, and most likely the Lord's Supper was based on when it was painted. So that's the sort of thing that AI can act at speed and at scale to actually... And of course, the final thing is with regard to misusing, with regard to not being trusted, and again, I'm not talking about generative AI, AI doesn't have cognitive bias, which means which we have. So the assumption that AI is going to do a worse job at the things that are precious to us than we are, humans are much more capable of doing something unethical than AI is right now. And the big challenge, the big thing that's scary in the world for me is not artificial intelligence or the rise of artificial intelligence, but the fall of human intelligence. We are doing, people are doing some very unintelligent things and saying some very unintelligent things, and that's actually the real threat to the world right now, in my view.
In your view. Well, and if you, as you said, going back to the issue of media planning, and you said that 40% currently, 40% of all media planning, all media ad planning in the United States is currently being driven by artificial intelligence. 40% of advertising. Please use your microphone so we can get to hear you now.
40% of advertisers, how much spend that accounts for, I'm not sure. Probably more
For
than
40%
probably more than-
advertising is currently being
40% of the companies that advertise. So that could include, Unilever, Coke. In fact, it does include
Right.
Unilever, Coke, Microsoft, Google.
Right.
So there's probably a lot more than 40% in terms
Exactly.
of share of ad spend.
And here's my question to you, Matt. Previously, it will be ranging between 0 and 5%. Now it's 40%. The trajectory is going to go up and up and up and up. Where does that, if you could take it to the African perspective, if that is the trend in more developed markets, why shouldn't we be prepared for something like that to start happening in these markets of ours?
Because we should take charge of the agenda and create our own future here, like we did with mobile money. It's as I say, we're a center of innovation. We're not a backwater. We're not, as the African continent, we're very good at coming up with innovative solutions. Apart from anything else, we're sort of starting from zero in many ways, so we've got nothing to lose, nothing to, we know no preconceived ideas. And I'm not saying this is something we should do. This is something that's already happening. Go into the computer village in Lagos. Go into the tech hubs in Nairobi. And look at what those kids are doing. They're doing this stuff already, and the stuff that's going to come out is going to be as disruptive in the global AI space as mobile money was in the global financial space. So
we should embrace it.
Yeah, embrace it, look for it, enhance it, accept it as a reality, and we don't harvest our own corn anymore, as the example is here. So we don't. There's a whole bunch of stuff which we used to have to do for ourselves, which we don't do anymore. And none of that ended the world.
No, it didn't. Yeah. Even coming into the media space, it wouldn't be the end of us. We will just need to work with it, adapt with it, and find new ways to get more productivity out of ourselves.
As long as we're ready to change and ready to react, or ready to take control of it, in fact. First step, we need to get our heads around. We don't need to know how AI works. It's just like the computers example. Everyone, told me, you need to know how computers work. I still don't know how computers work, really, but everyone works with computers.
No.
And computers have replaced a lot of jobs, but at the same time, as you said, they've actually enhanced many, many more jobs. So there's just a bunch of stuff we're not going to be doing anymore.
Thank you. Do I still have... No, carry on. Finish that thought, sir.
That's why we have to focus on the things that they can't do, that AI can't do. Collaboration, communications, relationships, like our relationship with our God, whoever they happen to be. That's something perhaps left to humans. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. But those sort of things are the questions we need to be asking ourselves.
This is just what I think about, and it's got nothing to do with what we're talking about. Well, I'll bring it in last quick questions, Matt. When do you see, for example, watching the news and the newscaster is AI? When do you see that happening? I see examples of it in China and also somewhere else, but here, because the reason is you can have the one person that reads the news in Zulu, in all sorts of languages, and that then brings into the issue of if that starts happening and the guy looks like me and reads the news like me in so many languages, what happens to the guys that are employed as newscasters? Will they have pushback on that? Like I said, this is just out of the blue. Maybe you have a say on it, I don't know.
Yeah, do you remember continuity presenters between TV programs on
They've gone
TV?
now, haven't they?
Where are they? That's the reality.
That's the reality.
Bear in mind as well, the future is that you could have your own tailored news content read to you by someone who you will find trustworthy to look at because AI has measured that. The specific news that is the most value to you because it knows everything about you and is in the language that you find most comfortable. And that can be done on an individual level across millions of people. So there's basically, no more media planning, no more broadcast media at the end of this journey. So we've got a bit of a runway to get there, but only if we're honest with ourselves about where this is going.
Doctor, we're going to get there in the end, right? Or you have a contrarian view to this, to all of this?
And I support what Matt is saying. AI is going to require some kind of event or change in our society that will accelerate its adoption within the media and advertising space. And I've always seen AI as something that is advantageous to the continent.
Let me jump in, sir. You know how it goes. You said it will require an event. So
Yes.
it requires something to happen. How do you see that happening? How do you see that coming out in real time? What sort of event will trigger what you are talking about, sir?
We have a continent that is in need of accelerated development. And one of the challenges that the continent faces is problem solving, everyday problem solving at institutional level, at corporate level, but also at government levels. And the other problem that we face on the continent is global competitiveness. Given the resources that we have, we're not competitive. And AI has the potential to try and breach that gap. And the increasing adoption of AI as a tool in some of these facets might actually make people realize, hang on a minute, this is actually very useful. And because it's going to have an impact in an area that can create jobs, in an area that can radically transform the continent and the way of life of the majority of the people, it then can find greater acceptance, for instance, in media rooms. So the timeline for that is anybody's guess. Guess. Yeah, but I think it's sooner rather than later.
There are already programs using AI, remote sensing, satellite imagery, and various other machine learning, all sorts of stuff, combined with the blockchain, combined with mobile payments, that are paying individual landowners in Tanzania not to chop down that tree. And that money comes from carbon offsets in the UK or in the US, and it's been done at a large scale sort of community level for a long time. It's now starting to happen at an individual level. That tree stays up, cool. All right, that cow, are you treating, are you managing that cow so that its greenhouse gas emissions is reduced in terms of various treatments and feed and that sort of thing? Good, you get some money for that. You get some money for not chopping down the tree. Rural farmers in Tanzania, and it's not just Tanzania, it's happening everywhere.
And if it's
so new revenue sources we haven't even thought of. People getting paid not to chop down trees is well established. It's a big business already. But it's just getting more and more granular, speed and scale, because it's AI powered.
Important stuff. Food for thought. Do I still have Mr. Bada Akintunde Johnson on this call? Oh, he's gone. Did I scare him off? I'm going to ask him some very tough, insightful question. That's fine. We will manage. Do I have anybody else that want to ask any questions or comments on this all-important issue of artificial intelligence and machine learning in the broadcast media sector? Anyone? Okay. So I'll come back and we can start wrapping up because we did promise we're going to leave at 4 o'clock. My lady, Ms. Terry Johnson, within the space you are in, you are effectively a banker and a media person in the bank, all right? Or is it the other way around? How are you deploying this stuff, this AI stuff and machine learning to, I think I've asked you the question before, but in practical terms, what are you doing within your department to say, guys, we need to use these tools to be able to understand our audiences, and how is that then feeding into the kind of product you're giving them? I'm assuming that you are not a you are not a broadcaster in the real sense of the word, or a media person. But how does that work within your space, please?
So I think obviously the benefits of AI is being able to integrate an entire bunch of data sources, right? And as you can imagine, we're sitting with a lot of data sources on our side. So I think a big thing for us is trying to understand our consumer a bit better, and we've got all this research, but we're not actually putting it together to drive a better output for our consumers. So for us, even from a media perspective, we are sitting a bit better with our our counterparts across the business to see what inputs, what insights are they getting, even from a consumer purchase perspective, on what are their purchase behavior, even from a policy perspective on what they're taking up from the bank, and how can we better our media plans, and obviously put it within the tools that we're using today, right, to better our media planning, making it more effective in terms of when do we actually serve ads to our consumers, which stations do we go to. I think also as broadcasters, especially within South Africa, yes, we've got major broadcasters, you've also got the likes of community radio stations, even to the ground, where we spoke about on your big wheel that you presented as well. We've got BTL teams who are on the ground talking to communities. How do we even integrate that information into our media planning to better select our stations, times, spend, even from a holistic perspective? And I think what we're trying to move towards, and I think what a lot of brands are doing at the moment, like the likes of Coca-Cola, for example, is around connections planning. So it's not media planning, it's connections. It's where is the consumer in the greater scheme of where they would consume our products.
So you are differentiating straight away, and I would like you to, because you are nodding your head furiously, agreeing with her. You are differentiating straight away between media plan and connection plan.
Correct. So for example, a connection plan is essentially where do you connect with the consumer. So you think of it from a brand perspective, you need to target a particular consumer. I'm not going to look at that consumer just in the sense of where do they, and how do they watch TV, where and how do they watch radio. They are also going to the mall. They are also attending a church service. They are also, where are they in their journey along the day? And where do I connect with them in relation to all the other touch points, so not just media, and then how do I effectively, from a marketing perspective, manage my budget in that way?
Interesting. Yes.
I mean, I called it holistic planning. I like connection planning much better. It's nail on the head. That's exactly what I was. I would add something to, as an FMB customer, as an SME owner, and I think the point made earlier about SMEs is bang on. I would enthusiastically consume tailored content pushed to me through my banking app that would help me in my business, business news. Whatever, if I could do some,
but then that kills
I would pay for it.
But then that kills the broadcaster. There's no need for a broadcast media or a media person per se. If, as it will happen, the bank is reaching out to you directly via their apps. What happens to the ETVs, to the SABCs and all these guys? Or did they just become redundant?
No, I don't think it's going to become redundant at all. I think that is merely a portion of the connection.
Right.
So, and there's obviously different types of consumers across the board in the country, right? So I definitely don't think linear is dead, even in the next 5 years. I don't think that at all. So I think for us it's about where the broadcasters play a part versus where the app plays a part, and for which consumer, and the weighting thereof will change. So I think, and I think the lady from the SABC made the point around knowing the brand strategy and partnering together to develop something that's going to be meaningful both the broadcaster and for the brand, that tackles the business objective at the end of the day.
No, I agree, and I say this deliberately so that our broadcaster friends, our media friends, start thinking that they are not the be-it-all and end-all anymore. I mean, even if Coca-Cola or FNB can reach out to customers directly via their apps, that's on the one side. Now, the so-called platform owners, the Apple, the iPhone, Apple who owns iPhone, Samsung with their Samsung things, they are doing their own thing, which is over and above what the broadcasters were doing before. They're reaching out to customers themselves through their fast applications. If we are still thinking as broadcasters that, yeah, it's us, and you can't reach the customers without us, now we need to rethink again, because we are just one of the several ways that you can reach your customer today.
Correct.
And that's why the holistic planning things come into play. And that's where your circle things that you drew, Ahmad, was very, very important for broadcasters. If you didn't check it, go and check it again. It's very important for you to understand where you stand in the scheme of things, right? That's what we are saying here.
Yeah.
Then when AI comes, AI is going to help you do what the broadcasters think they are doing even better. And that becomes something that we also have to look at as broadcasters and as media people.
Yeah.
As confusing as Herculean this might be, this is where it's going to happen in 5, maybe less years' time, right?
Yeah.
That's right, yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah. By the way, FNB Business Banking, very good.
Thank you.
Their
Thank
app is
you.
fantastic.
Thank you.
But yeah, I mean, that's
Do you
the
know
sort
what
of
I think? I think this is the second time you're saying, and I'm going to say you have shares in FNB. You are trying to drive the shares up,
Well, yeah,
right?
yeah. But yeah, it's not for everyone. The broadcast media still has a role to play, but
Yeah.
but that's the direction it's moving in. Obviously, SMEs perfect for one-to-one communication. You know,
Great.
I watch one type of linear TV and one type only, sport, live sport. I don't watch any other linear TV. Everything else I watch like a Netflix on demand or something else. Even on I have a DSTV account, but I only watch on demand unless it's sport. And if DSTV didn't have live sport, I wouldn't have the subscription. So, yeah, so that's where it's going.
That's where it's going.
You know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think also to your point around broadcasters and what do you do from here, what we're also seeing is that, of course, we've had the discussions around broadcasting going into digital, etc. You guys have audiences on those platforms. And yes, as brands, we do have our own owned platforms. We can obviously go to whoever we want online. But what's interesting is monetizing that audience, right? And I think we spoke about that today. Around those audiences are so specific, right? They engage in a particular type of content that they like from you, and that's also what brands also want, right? They don't want the spray and pray approach. When they go, they want your audience because it's a specific demographic, there's a specific psychographic like requirement within that audience, and I think there is still something there, even if it's niche. There will be a brand that would want to go and specifically target that consumer, and I think don't underestimate what you have on the other platforms as well.
True.
No more CPM.
Go with CPM, right?
No more CPM.
No more CPM. Interesting. Now, I'm going to ask you, starting with the doctor, to give us your final take for you for this session, and for you guys, if you want to round up your final take for the entire 2 days, because you've been here, and for the 2 days, that would be great as well. But before that, my lady from Radio Pulpit, I want to address you on that issue of credibility. When your listener calls you and is asking you if you are using AI to generate content, I suppose my answer to that is, whether we like it or not, you'll have to find a way to curate it for them. But whether we like it or not, it is coming. There will be a time and place in the nearest future when that question will become ridiculous. Excuse me, that's what we are. But what I'm trying to say to you is, we need to then start to prepare our listeners' mindset as well, to when we talk to them, to let them know, okay, these things are created by humans, but that does not mean they don't have the input with AI. I don't know if yours is 100% AI or 100% human, but it doesn't matter. The point is, it is coming. We're going to be sitting here in 2 or 3 years' time talking about how AI is helping broadcasters in terms of, we're talking about you have a position where the newscaster delivering the news that you want, be it gospel news or whatever news, is actually artificial intelligence driven. It is coming. We have to prepare ourselves for it, okay? That's just my message to you. My doctor, sir, what do you want us to take away from this conversation that we've been having? Be it based on what we're talking about, or something you want to drop in and say, guys, you guys have to really, really think about this going forward. As your final takeaway for us today.
Okay, thank you very much. I think the one thing that is visible in our society today is that consumers have multiple options with regards to their experiences. Whether they are listening to an ad or they are purchasing products or services, the options are becoming ever more unlimited. And the days when the manner in which those experiences could be delivered, where that control rested with a few individuals or a few entities or organizations, those days are running out. Those days have a limited time span. I think increasingly you are finding that a lot of power is shifting more and more towards the consumer. So the consumer is more likely now than ever before to experience a delightful product or advertising interface than was the case before because of changes and advancements in technology where there is increased amounts of customization. So we just need to be aware that more and more the consumer is king, and certainly our levels of being able to control and ring fence different types of consumers, those days are limited.
Are limited, if not already over, right?
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Matt, your summary of everything and even this session, sir.
I mean, to close on a note about generative AI, and in general, I would say, don't panic about generative AI. Obsess about machine learning and neural networks. But on the generative AI note, there's a viral quote that I've seen going around, I don't know if you've heard it, that AI has accidentally, and it speaks to your point, AI has accidentally made me believe in the concept of a human soul by showing me what art looks like without it. And we've all seen that art. I had one in my thing. It's soulless, isn't it? There's nothing there. There's nothing there. And so there will always be a role, there will always be something, there will be parts of civilization that AI can't do because people won't trust it, people don't buy into it, it looks weird. So, so what is left for us, and I think this was the theme yesterday, in both the morning and afternoon sessions, was about collaboration. We're collaborating as an industry to make the media a safe space, or a trusted space rather than a safe space, and safe. Collaborate to put funding together to get the data that we need to make sure we're putting good data in so we get good data out, or good results out. Then today, working together to get to grips with where this industry is going and how can we get on the front foot and actually take charge of it and turn it into something that benefits us all instead of destroys us all. It's all about, the only thing left for humans is to be human.
Yes.
I think that's the closing thought.
The only thing left for human is to be human. My lady, your final takeaway, ma'am.
Yeah, I think, look, as individuals, we always gravitate towards what we know, what is easy, what we're comfortable with. I think we definitely have to be deliberate about embracing AI to whatever extent that may be, even if it's operationally, like helping you run your broadcasting, even before you even get to generative, etc., to your point around machine learning. I think it's about, we have to be deliberate about it. And I think at the end of the day, in the true sense of it, we need to, our audience is the currency. So we need to invest in knowing who that is, where they are, so that we can also, as broadcasters, then sell it, right, to brands, etc. But I think at the end of the day, it doesn't change the fact that we still need to go back to the basics of we're following the consumer. And today, the consumer wants things faster, more personalized, etc., and that is what AI will do for the consumer. So, yeah, I think we need to go back to basics. And at the end of the day, that's what it is, and we shouldn't get too overwhelmed with AI.
It's not going to take over. It's going to be there for us to use as our assistance, as our help, but it is there, right? And you'll find that if we don't use it or we don't use it appropriately, our competitors would, and they will get it out faster, quicker, and more personalized than we do. But it is not going to take over. No, AI is not going to replace us. Trust me. We are going to be there. We are going to, just like the computers and everything, we are going to make sure that we control it, but we use it effectively to drive what we want, and then to give ourselves competitive advantage. Ladies and gentlemen, please, can you appreciate my panelists for me? Thank you very much. Can we take a quick photograph, and then we'll start rounding off the day. have come to the end of our conference. The advertising and audience management for digital broadcast media. I'm sure, well, I hope, not I'm sure, I hope that over the past 2 days we've spoken to each other, we've learned a lot from each other, and we've given to each other, and that is the reason why we do this. We try to bring executives together as much as we can so that the conversation in the industry can be heard from ourselves and from others to tell us where so we know where we are at and how we need to get to where we need to get to. That is very important for us. And saying that, there are a few other, we are in August now, right? So in October, for those of you who don't know, we have this major summit, one of our flagship events that we're doing. It's called, what is it called again? It's called Broadcasters Convention for Africa. So this convention, we've been doing it for 8 years. I wanted to see if they are awake, not if I'm sleeping in my head. This is an important one because we bring together all the broadcasters, not all, as many broadcasters as possible across Africa. And this time around is going to be taking place in Swakopmund, Namibia. Lovely place. If you don't come there because I ask you to, come there because of Swakopmund. You will enjoy 3 days. 3 days of senior level executives being there, discussing everything and everything that has got to do with broadcast media in Africa. Last year, we were in Zanzibar. It was awesome. The guys from TBC hosted us. Before that, we were in Kigali, and before that, we were in Livingstone in Zambia. So again, that's an event that we are looking forward to. It's an invitation to you guys. You want to come, please let us know. We'll get you guys there. And also, in February next year, we will be continuing the conversation on the streaming situation, OTT and content streaming. That will be the 4th. We're going to be doing it. That's in Cape Town here. And next week, for those of you that want to know, if you want to come to my home country, Nigeria, Abuja, we have the Broadcasters Summit for West Africa there next week. So I go back to London tomorrow morning. I get to London on Friday morning. I go back tomorrow. I get to London on Friday. I spend 2 days with my family, and I've got to get to Abuja, Lagos. Don't you fancy my life? It's an awesome life. Look, it's been a pleasure seeing you. By the way, all the presentations that we have over the past 2 days, all the recordings that we have will be shared automatically with you once you are registered as a delegate. If you don't get it, that's the person you hold responsible, not cool. But if she's running away from you, I'm the person you hold responsible, Benjamin. You have my details. If you need anything, please reach out to me, and we will be able to provide it to you. This is the bit where I say thank you. Thank you to all of you. The last men and women standing has been 2 days, but can we please appreciate ourselves for being here still? Thank you. Thank you very much. I mean, we spend a lot of time putting this together, and we also try and curate the people that attend this kind of stuff because we want it to be pertinent. But we will not be having an event if you are not here. So that is why it's important to appreciate you guys for being here. And the other lot of people that I want you to appreciate for us are the speakers, the resource people. People like Matt, people like Tom. I mean, we reach out to these guys, all the panelists, and my lady from FNB. We reach out to all of them, guys. My Oga Baragwata here from Plus 94. We talk to them. We say, guys, look, we want to do this, and you guys just agree because you want to impact back into the industry. We wouldn't be able to do this stuff if not for you. And I'm sure over the past 2 days, you guys have heard from them, you've learned something from them, and we've been able to get something away from what they've told us as panelists and as speakers. Please, if you don't mind, can we appreciate all our resource people, please? Let's say a big thank you to them. And also the folks from Channel Africa, our media partner for this one. Thank you guys. Your work has been splendid in terms of helping us get this across to the people online. We had issues with technology, but over and beyond, it was good to have you guys here. Thank you very much. And last but not least are the people who are members of my team. And the guys that, you know, bothered you to register, the guys that put the event together, the guys that recruited the speakers and the panelists, the guys that made sure that we had this venue in place. Nonku, the two of them are here, Nonku and Delphine, and then there's guys in Nigeria, there's guys in London, and they're all over the place. But guys, thank you. Can you thank them for me? They are the ones that actually help us get the job done. Have I forgotten anything? In that case, I was told 4 o'clock, it's 10 past 4, so I'm still within the ambit. I hope to see you guys in Swakopmund. If not, I hope to see you guys in Cape Town. If not, I'm sure I'm going to see you one way or the other at some point. Thank you very much. Those of you that have traveled here, travel safe back home. Those of you that are here, enjoy Johannesburg. God bless you. See you again. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Bye-bye. Oh, there's still coffee and stuff if you guys are looking for it. Thank you.